Okay. Just mess with the audio settings real quick. Make sure these are level. There's going to be a bit of echo here for a second. Stand by. Hello, hello, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this working? We shall see. Okay. Sounds like it's okay. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Hope life is treating you well. I think the music is a little quiet. Let's boost this a bit. How's the audio sound for everybody? Good, bad, somewhere in between? Looks like the chat is showing up on screen. That's good. I broke last time. Have I played Sonic Frontiers yet? I have not. Don't really have free time for games right now. Music too loud now? Okay, let's put that back down. Okay. There's gonna be a bit of... I can guarantee already that there's gonna be a few audio problems today, as I'm going to have to swap back and forth between multiple settings. But it all should be fine. It's good now? Alright, alright. Cool. How's it going? Oh, hello, Yog. Happy to see you. I'm tired. It's been a... I'm ready for this year to be over. I'd like a new one. A redo. Been very hard at work for a bunch of designing for content that will hopefully all be ready for December. I think I've finished, is it 3 or 4 videos right now for December? I still have like 3 more to do. But it's been a lot. I think next year I'm going to cut back on how much content I make for other people. It was great when I was just doing YouTube stuff, but now with my Steelyard job, like it's starting to weigh on me how little I've uploaded to the channel. So gonna try to focus on that next year. So hopefully good things will result for that. Let's see, just getting everything set up right now. Got 8 ideas. Got a couple of different submission methods this time. It's gonna be interesting seeing how that plays out. One person submit a video, one person submit a slideshow. It's harder to make overlays when everything's a different size. I work in a steelyard? Yep. Very conflicting professions. Half my jobs are video editing, the other half is lifting very heavy things. I have a wide breadth of work experience. Don't worry, Jared Heber, there's always next time. And Green Star Galaxian, with an attitude like that, you're not gonna write something. You gotta believe in yourself a little bit. I have faith in you. I feel like eventually someone's going to submit a playable demo. Maybe. Ah, Dingerfish, I wish. Unfortunately, I started working there literally a skeleton. So I have at least been promoted to not a skeleton anymore. But nah, I'm still pretty rail thin. Let's see. How's everybody else doing today? Any interesting stories to report? Any concepts you're working on that you weren't able to finish by now, that we can maybe look forward to in the future? Oh, yeah, I feel that. YouTube is a very difficult thing to fit in between, like, other just life things. Requires a lot of time, not much you get back from it. So I gotta rebalance things moving forward. But I'm confident I'm able to upload a lot more next year than I have been able to this year. Specific problems that I don't have good words for when I'm writing something long, which is what I want my primary peasant's perspective entry to be. Guilty confession, I often write my scripts with like a thesaurus just on the other monitor, because I can either have the same problem, or I just bug peer to make my words sound flowier. But there's ways around that. Well, the Sonic Thailand and a Five Nights at Freddy's reboot rewritten thing, this is a lot, but I'm enjoying it. I'd be interested in a Sonic timeline. Is there like a consistent thing there? Punch Out for the Switch and a PlayStation All-Stars 2, very nice. God of War Ragnarok having up your scheduling. Oh, I had to make God of War Ragnarok, like the carrot on a stick for me, that I can only play this once I'm finished with everything I'm working on. Otherwise, I never get anything done. Sackboy and Bomberman. Sackboy's an interesting pick. I've never heard someone throw in a character concept for him. I'd be interested in that, yeah. Hello, Dakota. Glad to see you. Alright, it's basically 1 p.m. I think we can start this properly. So, for those of you that might be seeing this for the first time, this is essentially a community showcase event. Members of this community just send in their documents to me to basically text versions of the brainstorms that I make. I pick out 8 of them, and we go over them in a live stream and gush over how cool they are. Giving feedback when necessary, and overall just having a good time. Now then, for our first concept today, I need to swap the music real quick. There we go. I saw this one, how this person had made that, and I was just utterly delighted. This is a concept from Harrymation about updating Donkey Kong in a future Smash Bros game. Let me copy. Oh, now I need to share this in the chat so everybody can read along with me. Here you go. And when I saw how they had made this, I was just utterly delighted. Alright, Harrymation's concept for updating Donkey Kong for a new Super Smash Bros. Game. So, this is going to be a thing throughout this entire document. Like, I saw this and just my eyes lit up. Because, like, I'm gonna kind of scroll through. They clay-made every single bit of this. It's so good. Okay. So, first off, it's no secret that Donkey Kong's moveset and presentation in Smash Bros. Is not the best. Donkey Kong in Smash Bros. Is, for the most part, very fun to play as, but he's not unique compared to other grapplers. DK, along with almost all of the Mario cast, is not allowed to be a fun character like in his actual games. Though in DK's case it's a bit different, due to Nintendo's insistence on staying away from almost everything Rare created for the Donkey Kong series. Basically everything that Duke and Pierre have already talked about in the video ranking the Smash 64 characters. Then there's also Donkey Kong's unfair gameplay weaknesses, like his unfair disadvantage state, his awful recovery, and that stupid tie hitbox? Is that a thing? That's hilarious if so. That's bullshit if it's a thing. But despite all of that, Donkey Kong still has redeemable qualities. His normals have good range and power, and are also fun to hit. He has a great grab moveset, an emphasis on swiping and slamming attacks, and grounded spinning Kong. So, Harrymation's goal for this concept is to show how they think Donkey Kong could be updated for a new Super Smash Bros. Game, by introducing a few new moves, attribute changes, and giving his presentation a fresh coat of paint. This way, the next game can keep old players on board, while still changing a few things to make DK more viable and unique. So with all those things established, let's get to the updates I thought of for Donkey Kong. First off, let's talk about specific presentation changes for Donkey Kong. Harrymation's problem with his presentation, along with most of the Mario Cast's presentation, is that DK sounds and looks too realistic. So to start, they made a clay model for Donkey Kong to show how he could look like in Super Smash Bros. Like, doesn't this just warm your heart to see? Like, look at that! It's so good! His little smile, his little grin. For this model, they took inspiration from Donkey Kong Country, Tropical Freeze specifically, making his back less hunched like in the newer DKC games and making him a bit less bulky. It's not much, but it gives a good picture of what they're talking about. They want Donkey Kong's voice from Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze to be used. Because if Yoshi can have his voice, then why can't DK? Which, like, let's be honest, that's like the biggest problem with, like, his characterization in half the things he appears in. I just looked at the chat. I see Green Star Galaxy and say he's so nice and edible. No, not that last one. This is making me want to see, like completely divorced from the just actual topic at hand. I want to see more claymation, like, projects from Nintendo. This style fits it so well. For his taunts, Harrymation wants all of them to be brand new. I know it's a bit drastic, but it would add some more charm that they think Donkey Kong is missing in Super Smash Bros. Up taunt has Donkey Kong do the same chest beating as in DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze. Side taunt has Donkey Kong... That's so good. Do his dance from Punch-Out for Wii. Such a good dance. And down taunt has Donkey Kong turn to the camera and dance for a bit while pointing his thumbs at himself like in Donkey Kong 64. This is just warming my heart. For costumes, Donkey Kong could get both his Punch-Out for Wii appearance and his Striker's Charged outfit as well. Obviously. Examples. Shoutouts to Funtime Shadow Freddy for this awesome fan render. That is a very good render, to be fair. Like, look at that. They also have a retro color alt to reference Donkey Kong Country 1 and Donkey Kong 64. They also want Donkey Kong to have revamped victory animations to give him more charm as well. The first one where he pounds his chest now has Donkey Kong looking happy instead of angry looking for some reason. Then he gives a thumbs up to the player as the splash screen appears. I feel like this could just be a slideshow of the claymation, and I'd be so happy. Just does the chest beat, and then, oh, look at the winking! Oh, that's so awesome! I also like the little malformed stand that's helping him snap. This should be an item in Smash Bros. As well. Actually, I kind of meant that as a joke, but imagine just like a moldable clay that would just transform into different things. I don't know what that would reference, just a thought. The second is a reference to one of his victory animations from Please Beat the Dance. Ah, it's just the grin. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And then the last new victory animation is DK eat a banana next to the Donkey Kong barrel filled with bananas. The fact that Donkey Kong doesn't have any bananas anywhere in Smash Brothers is... Oh my gosh! Oh, that's so good. Look how happy he is. I'm... How long did this take? Like, Harrymation, like... By the size of this document, there's at least, like, 40 pictures here. My heart cannot handle this. Oh, and the thumbs up too. This is too much. My heart is overflowing with potassium. Now, for the specific changes. Harrymation wants Donkey Kong's walk to look how it does in DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze. Just for fun. It is a more... How do I put this? A more jaunty walk. I agree with that. For stat changes, thought of a few buffs and nerfs. First, we think would be necessary for Donkey Kong. Red is a nerf. Purple is both a buff and nerf simultaneously. Dash is similar to the Ninja. Run speed is similar to Marth. Airspeed is similar to Captain Falcon. And gravity is the same as Captain Falcon. These speed buffs will allow Donkey Kong to better approach opponents on the ground and in the air. And the higher gravity allows DK to get back to the stage quicker. And also makes him feel mightier like in DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze. But the increased gravity also makes DK easier to combo as well. Before we talk about the moves, let's discuss one very important change in this concept for an update to Donkey Kong. Interesting. Harrymation wants Donkey Kong's size in Smash to be decreased specifically to the same height as Samus. Now you may be thinking, wait, what? Why do I want Donkey Kong's size decreased? Because Harrymation thinks Donkey Kong is too big in Smash Ultimates. I know he's a big character in canon, but he shouldn't look jarring compared to Bowser and K. Rool. So to combat this drastic change, Donkey Kong's attacks, besides his dash attack, neutral, aerial, and grab, have his limbs grow and shrink. Oh, I kind of like that, actually. These are a bit more stretching animations. It'll also reference Banjo's attacks, but I really like that, yeah! DK will also stand up for some attacks as well to match the hitboxes. Visuals below give examples of the animation changes and please be more claymation. Yes! So I'm assuming this is side tilt? No, this is jab. This is jab. Just the 1-2 hook. That's side tilt, definitely. Obviously forward smash. Like, this does look so expressive. Up smash, like it. Down smash, I think. This is just... Can this just be the rest of the stream? Did everyone else bring claymation? I could do this all day. Now that the presentation changes and specific changes are covered, now comes the last roadblock, the movesets. I want the FAF for forward tilt to be frame 30 and frame 31 when angled up or down. I'm sorry, I don't know the acronyms for Smash Brothers. Whatever FAF is. So this is basically just stat changes. I would say just a bit of a feedback, because I don't know these frames off the top of my head. Maybe just put right next to this just like what the frame originally was. It gives a better like mental image of how much of a buff or nerf this is. I love his googly eyes. It's such a nice touch. And the fact that he's constantly smiling in all of these claymation models, like DK Mario and a couple others have that problem. We're just like... How do I put this? They are characters that should exude fun. DK does that gameplay-wise, but not so much character-wise, which this is easily fixing right now. Wants dash attack to be refreshed like a double jump after hitting an opponent, and to also have its speed and length to be doubled after hitting the opponent like in DKC. That would feel amazing. Kind of playing off of that momentum-based gameplay in DKC. Doesn't stop at ledges anymore and be jump cancelable when the hitbox is active. Yeah, just like in DKC. Makes it more in line while also opening up combo potential. Gameplay-wise, I think that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to make him just feel better in the game. Just messing with that dash attack a little bit, giving him that momentum boost would do wonders for him. Down smash is brand new. Donkey Kong does a short hop and then slams his fists down to the ground, a reference to DKC returns and tropical freeze. This is what I would want his down smash to be as well. Even made a little claymation hitbox, that's adorable. I love it. Similar to K. Rool's down smash, but Donkey Kong's down smash has a bigger early hitbox, but also a kind of smaller late hitbox for balance. And his down smash has less startup. And end lag, and an FAF of frame. I'm guessing that's ending? Frame at finish? Maybe? I don't know. First actionable frame, I just read that in chat. Or first active frame. Means the same thing. Thank you. Appreciate that, chat. Move also has enough hang time to leave DK in the air, and both sides of down smash send up and towards Donkey Kong as well to start combos. That'd feel good, just slamming the ground and sending him upwards where we can jump and just hit him with whatever. That'd be great. Want neutral aerial to also be brand new. Donkey Kong spins in midair twice, similar to Meta Knight's neutral aerial. It's also a reference to a similar animation from DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze. Just spinning around in a ball. I like it. DK's new neutral aerial comes out at frame 5, has 14 active frames, and has 19 frames of end lag, and an frame of first active frame of frame 30. As well as let the sweet and sour hitboxes for Donkey Kong's neutral aerial cover his whole body. 10.5% and 8% respectively. Makes forward air a little faster, and all the hitboxes are a little bigger. Can't really get rid of that forward air, it's too iconic. Just feels good to land as well. Back air look like the back kick DK uses in Jungle Beats. That's much better. I've always disliked his current like stick his foot back kick that he has right now. Just looks off. He's a monkey. He should be slapping people with his feet. Well, no ape, but you know what I mean. Up aerial's intangibility should cover all active frames. I love big head clay Donkey Kong. Oh, that's so good. Down air is faster, but deals a little bit less damage. And Donkey Kong's palm will have him knock his opponent's head like a door while he grins. That's great. I've always wanted him to noogie as his pummel. Like, just get him in a headlock and just noogie them to death. But I also like the idea of just the kind of the... When you knock on somebody's head like they're being dumb. That fits his character really well, too. Well, its forward throw to be brand new, and also look like DK's throwing animation from Donkey Kong Country. Had the same startup as DK's forward aerial and 30 frames of end lag, but to make up for that, it deals 20% and has the same base knockback and knockback growth as his back throw. It's the same knockback angle as Ganondorf's Spartan kick, nice. Great for edge guards and getting knockouts. Nice! Want down throw to bury opponents? I agree with that. That'd be really good. I feel like the more kind of mirrors you have with your rivals in these sorts of games, in this case being K. Rool, the better. And a down throw would be a nice place to do that. But there's more to it than that. Harrymation wants Donkey Kong to be able to grab allies and throw them in team games. Either at opponents or to safety if they can't recover well. I love this. Oh, just Donkey Kong playing basketball with Kirby? Oh, that's so good. DK can only cargo throw opponents, and all of DK's cargo throws would have less startup and end lag when DK flings in allies, because they won't do damage to allies and the cargo throws fling allies a set distance. As far as spinning Kong set knockback specifically, okay. Allies you throw can also attack immediately after being thrown. That's such a fun way to like bring a grappler into like a platform fighter. It's kind of like how Rain Dog works in multiverses, but a more kind of a how do I put this? Donkey Kong doesn't ask for permission to use you as a projectile, which is just kind of great. Just his brain going like, I have an idea, grabbing Mario and just chucking him. I love that mental image. And the directional throw DK uses on an ally gives them extra momentum and a small power boost to the first aerial attack an ally uses, in the direction that DK throws them in. For example, if DK throws Kirby upwards, DK can then use up aerial immediately while rising, and Kirby's up aerial will be a bit stronger in this circumstance, but only if up aerial is the first attack you use after being thrown. That makes sense. Carries the momentum. Like so. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Plus, imagine this same scenario, but with Mario using his up aerial out of cargo throw. I know, scary, isn't it? The idea of cargo throw being DK's actual throws is inspired by how in Donkey Kong Returns and Tropical Freeze, Donkey Kong doesn't stop while grabbing and holding onto enemies in barrels. And the idea of picking up allies and throwing them comes from, of course, Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, Donkey Kong Adventure, where DK could pick up allies and throw them to attack them from above. All of Donkey Kong's specials are going to be brand new. Your special is Cargo Throw. Oh, please say this is the one that me and Pierre came up with. I think it is. Look at that little barrel! I love it! Are there any... I hope there's one visible of the actual letters. I want to see those. They look good. Cargo Throw now has its own grab where DK grabs you with a DK barrel. The barrel makes the grab slightly disjointed, but the grab has 6 frames more end lag to make up for the disjointed grab. I also want Donkey Kong's Cargo Throw to have a pummel where he shakes you in the barrel. That's great! I don't think we had that, and that's just... Have him shake you like a snow globe. Oh, that's good. Also gets a new animation referencing the recent games. Throw arcs are all still the same, but now all the cargo throws have similar physics to the barrel item, as well as some other changes. Base knockback of the throws are now set, and the barrel falls down after reaching the set knockback distance, allowing players to have a setup guaranteed follow-up. And it can be mashed out of... After being thrown, mashing out of the barrel becomes harder and harder the higher damage you get. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait, what? Why move Cargo Throw to neutral special? Why give DK a barrel to throw? Simple. Grapplers aren't allowed to have projectiles. Otherwise we'd have Z Broly 2.0. Grapplers only get ways to block or reflect projectiles, not actual projectiles, and speaking of... That's actually a nice way to handle that. I think I like this more than how me and Pierre handled it. You only get the barrel if you grab somebody. Maybe. I didn't think about that more. I also love this because it gives Kirby the barrel as well. So you can have like the same kind of barrel, but it's just a K on it instead of DK, and it's pink. That'd be great. Side special is the Clap Wave. Okay, that's an interesting take. Similar to Donkey Kong's old Final Smash, this move pulls from Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Donkey Kong claps forward in the direction he's facing and emits shockwaves from the clap. The shockwaves themselves are disjointed and they even reflect projectiles. Nice! That's something that's great for him to have. I like it. But the shockwaves don't launch opponents upon contact. They only get stunned for a short time. Like if they were hit by Pac-Man's bell. The clap itself, however, just launches opponents, and it even breaks shields like DK's headbutt. But the clap doesn't have as much range as headbutt did. The special gives Donkey Kong a way to counter projectiles by reflecting them back, while also giving him a way to open up weapon and magic-based characters for grabs. But the shockwaves are easy to shield, and the move has pretty punishable end lag, so make sure not to whiff it. The move comes out in frame 7, the clap has only 1 active frame, while the shockwaves have 4, and 28 frames of end lag. This is why I want down throw to bury opponents instead of launching them to make up for headbutt being gone. I do like this. My one concern here would be how similar the animations for forward smash and side special would become here. I think it's a great idea, to be clear. I would just worry a little bit about readability in that case. Like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. If you get hit by the clap, you're still gonna die. I guess I'm a little just concerned about redundancy. Like, maybe bake it straight into the forward smash, although that's kind of complicated for a forward smash. I don't know. Regardless, it's a great idea. An up special, of course, is the barrel cannon, because it has to be. Why isn't it right now? Hops into a barrel cannon and spins around for 4 seconds until it shoots Donkey Kong out of the cannon. Whether automatically or not, you press B to shoot out early. However, opponents can still attack the barrel cannon, and if they deal 30% damage total, the barrel cannon will shatter and Donkey Kong will be put into freefall. And if you wait in the barrel cannon for 4 seconds, you will automatically be blasted out of the cannon in the direction it stops in when reaching 4 seconds. Also looks like how it does in Donkey Kong 64, referencing how the barrel cannon was tied to DK in that game. 30% is a bit high for recovery in this way. Like, I think that would work rounded, but maybe make that number a little lower when it's, like, recovering, because otherwise there's not really a purpose to hitting it. Because, like, you're not going to be able to do 30% damage falling down onto the barrel unless you're, like, poking on it with Link's sword or something. Still great, though. I like the idea of it being destructible. And then down special is still the ground pound. But now it looks like the ground pound from Returns and Tropical Freeze, and it comes out in frame 6, has 2 active frames, with DK slapping the ground twice, 14 frames of end lag, and the first active frame is frame 8. Meaning you can press neutral special again and again to quickly ground pound again. However, it's not as strong as it looks, because it only deals 10% damage and has half the shockwave range and knockback of the old down smash, but it is jump cancelable while the move is active to start combos. And the hitboxes that cover DK send opponents towards Donkey Kong, specifically the left hitbox sends towards the 85-degree angle, and the right hitbox sends him towards the 95-degree angle. Should also shield break and bury if you're under DK's hands to make up for the headbutt being gone again. I like the idea of it being a more non-committal move. It's more fun, because like there's barely any instances where you actually actively want to use the current down special, and this would fix that. And the final smash is Snack Rage, inspired by my idea for the down special that's technically Pure Kong's. I can take credit for that. But the idea is a bit different. Donkey Kong still kicks back to eat a banana, but now he peels each end of the banana first, then licks his lips, then eats the banana, and it heals up to 25% of his percents. But if you hit him before he eats the banana, he'll punch you rapidly to the stratosphere. And if it's 100% damage or higher, then we send flying into the background for a star KO. Meaning this is a final smash that activates by the opponent hitting you, not by you hitting the opponent. I think that's a great idea. That's a cool idea. There's not many final smashes, if any at all, that work like that. I would make the damage healed a bit higher, though. I'd say whatever Peach's current, I don't know how much her Peaches heal if you eat all of them, but whatever that is a good benchmark for how much a final smash should heal you. Still great, though. I like it. This concludes Harrymation's concept for updating Donkey Kong in Super Smash Bros. Now, some of you might be thinking, what is the point of these changes? Why does Donkey Kong need this many changes? He's not even that bad in Smash now, and they know he isn't. But this is more than just a way to update Donkey Kong to let him play better in Smash Bros. This is a future Smash Bros. Game that could update Donkey Kong to be more fun, more charming, and more creative and unique, and to celebrate his entire history while keeping most of what his mains love about him. Harrymation made this concept not just because they want Donkey Kong to play better in Super Smash Bros., but also because they love this character and his series. Thank you for reading, and have a nice day. And one more adorable little thumbs up to go through it. Look at that good boy. Yeah, Harrymation, that was great! I never would have even considered using, like, claymation as visual aids for video game animations, but now I don't want to see anything other than that. There's so much charm and readability, like you can easily communicate what you're trying to do with clay. It's like a level up of how Sakura uses a figure to poses for animations. I just want to scroll back through this real quick just to see the rest of them. I love the grin, the eyes, and the more upright posture. He feels so much more, I don't want to say human, obviously, but more sentient. That's a better way of putting it. I think this one's my favorite. It almost looks like Kirby's just dancing. Alright, well done. Very well done. Thank you for making my day better, Harrymation. Okay, next up, we have an idea. As soon as I get it pulled up and pasted in the chat. From Jamester445. A character that probably activates a lot of fight-or-flight responses from the Smash community. Honestly, perfectly understandable, but Jamester would argue it is those traits of his that can become something uniquely worthy amongst the Smash roster. This character being Euden from, I hope I'm saying that right, Euden from Dragalia Lost. If Jamester were to describe Euden from Dragalia Lost to the audience, every comma in the next sentence would cause that one Vine Boom sound effect to play. Euden is a sword fighter from JRPG that's exclusively on mobile devices, and whose game was not released worldwide because it has gacha in it, and the game is hitting its end of service this month. Yeah, needless to say, most people probably tuned out when Jamester said sword fighter. And yet it's those cursed words that actually excites Jamester more than anything on what kind of gameplay could be translated into a fighting game. I forgot to copy this into the chat again. I was good the first time, not the second. Oops. There we go. What could translate into a fighting game? In fact, it sort of was by Arxis and Cygames. Not going to make a full moveset here because they already made one back in 2019. Made around the first time. A lot of things have been added to DL. So let's go and check this out real quick. Euden is the protagonist of Dragalia Lost, a mobile game created by a partnership between Nintendo and Cygames. As the seventh scion of the Kingdom of Alberia, Euden embarks on a journey to save his kingdom from being overtaken by dark forces by forging a pact with the Great Worm, Midgar Sumar. After successfully forging a pact, he unfortunately finds himself exiled and branded as a traitor by his possessed father and enforced by his siblings. Euden realizes that the only way to save his world is by forging pacts with the 4 remaining Great Worms. Oh boy, hold on a second. Does that work? Yes. Dragalia Lost is an action RPG with a top-down perspective. Players can strike enemies, which will build up special attacks, and by defeating the enemies, players will build up their dragon gauge. Once filled to an extent, the player can transform into a dragon by granting temporary invincibility in addition to add strength and new skills. However, every battle will drain overall stamina. The only way to replenish said stamina is wait it out, or use an item to instantly replenish your stamina. These are where a lot of mobile games' less savory aspects comes in. Doesn't have a crawl, has no wall jump, 2 jumps, 3 when transformed. Okay. No exclusive abilities, he's a middleweight, about the same height as Pitts. Got the various speed stats here. Niche is a mobile hero. Playstyle is build up and gamble. Gimmick is stamina specials. Right. So how would Euden fight in Smash? Euden will function like most heroes. He'll use his sword for most standard attacks. Maybe he'll throw a few kicks for some of his aerial attacks. Has a fairly average walk and run speed, but fairly weaker aerials. What defines Euden as a mobile hero is how his specials are affected by stamina and will require cooldown in order to be used again, which will be shown on his damage meter. Don't have a set time period for how long the cooldown is. Don't worry about too much about these sorts of things. Like, these aren't things you can really decide without playtesting them in the first place. But we'll say 15 seconds for each special for now. Furthermore, Euden will have the ability to fully transform into the dragon Midgard some more. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, but it's fine. By filling a separate dragon meter to at least 50%, Euden will be able to transform. This gauge is filled by attacking foes, and every 1% of damage dealt, the dragon meter will gain 0.5% of the damage dealt. While transformed, Euden will grow bigger, gain a 3rd jump, apply a wind element to his specials, full super armor, and immediate access to Midgard Samar's enhanced specials. Talk about those later. But while shifted, the dragon gauge will drain by about 1% a second, and while his armor protects him from knockback, he can still be damaged. What's more, getting hit will drain the gauge even faster based off the damage dealt to Euden. Got some alt colors there as well. Back. Boop. For his entrance, the dragon crashes into the stage and transforms into Euden on landing. His stance is more or less the same as it is in Dragalia. For his idle animations, one will have him reaffirm his stance, while another will simply have him looking around. Walk and jump are his standard animations from Dragalia Lost. I appreciate the visual references here. I've never played this game and don't really have any desire to. Again, just mobile, gotcha, not my thing. One of his taunts can have him flash a yellow aura with his red eyes. The other can see him pull out Not? Noti? Not? I'm gonna say Not. His trusted fairy companion. And the last can see him stand straight with a reverse sword grip, encouraging his foes to surrender for their own sake. Now his victories end here. You can see him plant his sword on the ground and transform into the dragon, and the last can see him perform the pose of the Valiant Crowned Wormprint. Alright, next up. Doing this through Twitter is odd. We got this. Jab is based on the first 3 hits of his attack combo. Fairly self-explanatory. Slash, slash, slash. Tilt speed will be wide arcing slashes. Dash attack is the same as his running attack in Dragalia Lost. Forward smash is based on the... I would really love it if these were actually slashes across the Z-axis. How these are looking, because that would make him... That would really differentiate him from the current sword fighters on the roster. Having really far-reaching attacks, but having very thin hitboxes. Well, I guess that's Sephiroth, but even Sephiroth has a bunch of, like, his up air swiping over him. Like, these would be very long-range slash attacks, but they would just be on that Z-axis in front of him, if that makes any sense. Forward smash is based on the force strike animation. When he takes a step forward with a powerful slash. His up smash is similar. Down smash is based off the final attack where he slams his sword to the ground, causing an impact that launches opponents upwards. There really need to be more down smash, like, impact moves. Not nearly enough of those. Neutral are 2 slashes, one forward and one behind, similar to Toon Link and Robin. Forward and back airs are quick horizontal slashes. Down air is a wide arcing slow slash. So basically every single normal is a slash in the direction that he is holding. Fairly standard. I'm assuming this is a simple to enable these specials. Because if you're going to be turning into a dragon, you need some simplicity to allow for that. Neutral special is a series of spinning slashes that attack on both sides while dealing fire damage. Basically what spin attack should be. I like it. Side special is a wave of fire forward. Wave of fire for... Ugh! That's a tongue twister. With speed and range comparable to Robin's Thoron. Keeping in mind that all these specials are tied to the stamina as well, so they may seem crazy, but they have a limit. Up special leaps into the air and then crashes down and ignites an explosion when landing. Kind of prominent revolty. Alrighty. And the big thing, the big one, transform. I will say, as much as I dislike mobile games, having a character that can just straight up turn into a giant dragon would make up for all that tenfold. So, down special turns into a giant dragon. His neutral special becomes Tornado Tail, Tail, a spinning tail attack that utilizes wind to blow enemies away. Exalted Fire becomes Catastrophic Winds. Flaps his wings, firing 2 blades of wings. Kind of like Deja's ult in Teamfight Tactics right now. Just a huge sweep of the wings that sends a shockwave forward. I like it. Oh, that up special is awful. Becomes Gust Drop, firing a blast of wind that will blow enemies away. So its prominence revolt with a wind box. That's... oh, that would feel... I love it, but that would be so infuriating to get hit by. You cannot undo your transformation. You must commit to your actions. So whether you wish to transform or not is based off your gamble. And for his final smash, turns into power of... unleashes the true power of his dragons and transforms into High Midgar Samar. Looms over the background and a target reticle is available for the player to control. Upon selecting a target, the dragon crashes upon the target, unleashing a powerful tornado that deals major damage to anyone caught in between while lifting them towards the sky. That's a fun mental image for a final smash, a tornado that actually carries people upwards. That'd be great. We have one more. This way Euden can light the way to Smash. The Dragon Prince? The Dragon Blood Prince, who utilizes a patient playstyle to build up resources and unleashes terrible fury upon his opponents. However, should your opponent survive said fury, Euden will be the one fearing their wrath. Neat! It's very simple and straightforward as a base, but that enables the dragon to be so crazy. That's a good point, Hayadash. It's basically a better Corrin in how this is handled as a dragon, like a half-dragon character. By continuing the original, the overall core of the original idea still holds. In case I forgot to say this, this original moveset was made back in 2019, and this is just kind of an addendum to it. Neutral Special was just a quick spin attack that deals fire damage. However, his UI at the bottom will have an icon for Blazing Circle that is currently grayed out, and slowly starts to fill with color until it leaves the UI, signifying it's safe for use. Until then, Euden shouldn't use that special. But I didn't say that Euden couldn't use that special while grayed out. He just has to pay for it. A common tactic in mobile games is to implement stamina systems that replenish throughout playtime, and it can be replenished in one of two ways. time or using an item to instantly refill stamina. The item often purchased with real money. Now, you won't have to re-enter your credit card information every time you want to use a special. I will say here, like, they would never do it, but imagine how hilarious it would be if Euden had like a coin battle system where he actually grabbed money from characters to spend on his abilities to mimic how gacha systems work. Like, they never do that, but that'd be so good. This will cost you percentage, relative to how much it needs to be refilled. The more the icon is empty, the more that is sacrificed, and as the battle progresses between repeated uses and damage taken, specials will take longer to replenish. Same for the side special, same for the up special. But what about down special? Oh, that's a good point. This was made in 2019, which means that technically Jamester came up with this idea before Pyra existed. Wow, I can't believe Sakurai stole from Jamester. That's so rude. I mean, gimmick microtransaction. What about his down special? As Euden uses specials, regardless of if they hit, and deals damage, only dealing damage this is an Arsene, another bar on Euden's UI starts to fill, and once filled, Euden can use his down special. I'm assuming that's this one, to the top left of him. Anytime he chooses to transform into a dragon while the meter starts to go down. As a dragon, Euden replaces his sword in favor of claw and wing slashes in similar enough arcs. All of Euden's specials are augmented with a dragon's size and power, gains complete armor in everything he does, maintains his general mobility, if not enhanced by his larger size, and gains an extra jump. He does not take damage. Any damage he receives simply reduces the time he gets to spend as a dragon, cannot interact with items, and cannot cancel the transformation. That's... Ooh. That's terrifying, but I love it. Kind of just taking the, like how other transformation gimmicks work in the game, where people kind of just run away from people once they get their gimmick, like the KO punches, the Arsenes. Just kind of taking that idea that, yeah, people are going to run away, and running with it. You're like, yeah, this is scary, you'll want to run away, so let's just go with that. You are now an invincible boss that you have to avoid and kind of chip away at to hopefully take them down. I like that. Because again, based on the math that was put down for how this works, hold on, let me go back to that. No, it's not here. It's the stamina gauge. Where was that? No. Is it here? No. Here, yes. Yeah, it fills very slowly. Has to get up to at least 50% to transform. That music was not supposed to start playing. Let's go back real quick. Yeah, okay. I feel like it's crazy, but it might be balanced because of how simple his initial character is. How his specials basically require him to damage himself if he wants to use them frequently. Like, the rest of his moveset is kind of neutered to make this as crazy as it is, and I kind of love that. Yeah, that's the dragon he transforms into. One of the 5 Great Worms. Turns everything into a wind attack, and that's originally where he left off. But Jamester thought to himself, what if there was a way to include the other Great Worms and their respective elements? What if, instead of simply transforming into a dragon, Euden was summoning the dragon before transforming? What if Euden can summon the wrong dragon? What if I made a fighting game mechanic out of gacha? Oh no. Only a mad lad would. Unfortunately, Jamester is a mad lad. There are 5 elements and 4 levels: wind, water, fire, light, and dark. and depending on luck, you may get one of the 4 variants going from weakest to strongest: Baby, Standard, High Dragon, and Primal Dragon. Needless to say that stat boosts and overall buffs would increase with each level. Wind is cutting through the air, stunning points and pushing foes away. Get used to the little gacha transformations: level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Water is capable of bogging down enemy mobility, if not freezing them with ice. Got the baby. Got the big one. This is a lot of models, so I don't know if this would actually be No, actually, I take that back. What they could do is just embrace the gacha elements of it outright and just make them PNGs. That would be hilarious. I will say, these are very nice dragon designs. Like, I can respect Dragalia Lost for that. The artist did a great job. Fire burns not only their enemy over time, but also the environment. Little baby. Big one. Really big one. And that's sick. That's just sick. Like, come on. You need to hate the game, you gotta admit, that's just sick. Light causes shock and stun upon foes. Very Legiana design right there from Monster Hunter. And that's just Bahamut. And dark attacks with shadows that deal curses that can hinder the use of specials, or poison that deal damage over time. I love the idea of having such a wide pool centered around such an integral part of your movesets, but it's completely random whether or not it's actually going to do any good for you. Like, what if your down special was just... Oh, what's the hero spell that's just random? Someone in chat help me here. Someone will say it in a second. Some of you might have an idea of what is going on. For those that don't, you might be asking, why would you limit a character's specials so that they hurt themselves if they try to use them to use... Hocus Pocus! Thank you! Okay, that was driving me nuts. It's just down... Hocus Pocus the move, but it's all dragons. Dragons all the way down. Why spend your time building up to an install that transforms your character with potentially less benefits if you never transformed in the first place? Why have a character that is constantly taking risks with questionable rewards? It's all a gamble. And that's the point. The theme of Euden's design is similar to most mobile games. It's all a gamble. You spend your items and money for stamina with the hope that it will carry you through. You bet on the gacha, hoping you'll get that new game-breaking character, but you're just as, if not more likely to get junk. You can play and spend your money in a game that can suddenly just end its service outright. And that is what I want embodied by Euden. Regardless of how you might feel about it, mobile gaming is here to stay. And I do think it has its place, even in Smash Bros. And I'd rather it be Dragalia Lost. It's not a spin-off or something like Pocket Camp or Heroes, it's a wholly original IP that was built with the mobile platform in mind and is directly owned by Nintendo. Despite the shade he's been throwing, Jamester genuinely enjoyed his time with Dragalia Lost. While I've been joking about how much money such mobile games are, Dragalia Lost was genuinely generous to free-to-play players such as myself, which is probably why it's dying. Regardless, I hope the IP isn't lost to time, because I will miss it, and I hope this prince from an odd little IP gets to have its moment in the big stage alongside Fire Emblem, Mega Man, and Persona again as a Smash Bro. Well, when I saw this, I wasn't expecting to be sold on the concept. I'll be perfectly honest, I kind of grabbed it because I just saw that, yo, Jamester, he's awesome. Put in a lot of good feedback on Design Dorks. We gotta have him in here. I'll give this a chance. I approached this with the same attitude I approached Pirate Kong arguing that Jigglypuff was S tier, and I'm equally sold. Like, I do think there's a lot of immorality behind how mobile games work, but having something like this that outright embraces that bullshit and integrates it into the movesets both throws shade at how the genre works, while also being a really good representation of how it works. And most importantly, it just sounds fun. I really like the sound of this. Well done, Jamester. You successfully converted me. Well done. Let me grab some water real quick. Like, before this, I would have argued that, like, if you're going to do a mobile game, you should have some reference to Pokemon Go or Fire Emblem Heroes because they're the most successful. But this integrates the whole thing into it so much stronger. Alrighty. Let's go back to the curtain real quick as we get the next idea set up. Okay. Before I start this one, I want to acknowledge that this is technically 2 ideas that this person is submitting. I'm going to allow it because they were made with each other in mind, and they're both shorter put together than some of the other ideas I've covered on their own. But I just want to acknowledge that this is a slippery slope for submissions that I will put a hard stop to if necessary. Like, everything is good for now, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry. So, to begin, from Metal Overlord, we have an idea for reworking Sonic. Sonic is a character that Metal has a lot of love for. Grew up in the dark era of Sonic's history, Shadow the Hedgehog to Sonic the Black Knight, or an era where Sonic was really trying to find his footing. Owned a couple of Sonic games at this time: Unleashed for Wii, Sonic and the Secret Rings, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, and the London version of the Olympic Games. Couldn't figure out how to get past the first level of Sonic Unleashed, and I found Sonic and the Secret Rings frustrating. So they mainly played Mario and Sonic games. Their main exposure to the Sonic franchise at this point was watching Sonic X reruns for kids. Eventually, their mom got me a laptop, found Steam, and with that found Sonic Adventure 2. Now this game they played the shit out of this game until it had, wow! Nearly 2,000 hours on the game before they made a new Steam account. That's a lot of Sonic Adventure. I'm honestly impressed by those numbers. That's dedication. Around this time, they found game reviews and Sonic YouTube channels. All these channels were saying the same thing. Sonic is in a terrible place right now, but his new game, Sonic Colors, was great. It's going to save the franchise. Wasn't actually new. It was nearly 3 years old by the time I find those reviews. But of course, as a little kid starved for Sonic content, they just ate it all up. Even started parroting those opinions. 3D Sonic was never good, but with these new boost games, the franchise is saved. And of course, the dreaded Sonic had a rough translation into 3. I mean, he did. Let's be honest. Sonic has too many stupid friends. Look back at this and cringe. I've grown in. I have realized while the color errors may have received great feedback from game critics, it does something terrible. It killed Sonic. Sonic has felt like a reanimated corpse, spouting off dad jokes in game and self-depreciating jokes on Twitter for a bit too long, I think. You know what? That's kind of fair. Because they did kind of just weirdly handle his character from that point forward. He kind of lost the cool kid 90s vibe that he used to have. Technically 80s. Whatever. Sonic's attitude and character was really perfected in the adventure era, and I don't think we've gotten to see it shine through since Sonic Heroes. Mindset, game plan, and attributes. Sonic is now a rushdown character that excels at putting pressure on the opponent and racking up damage, but where he falters is actually securing a kill, as most of his kill moves are very unsafe with a large amount of end lag. My goal with this rework is to give Sonic that adventure vibe. That vibe of just, I feel like that pose right there is a really good summary of his character. His weight has been nerfed, his walk speed has been buffed, initial dash is unchanged, run speed unchanged, jump height up unchanged, airspeed is buffed, fall speed is unchanged, no crawl, has a wall jump, no wall cling. And float, no. That is there because they plan on adding and reworking more characters and making floats more widespread. Interesting. See, yes! One of my biggest complaints about Sonic right now, well, there's a lot of complaints he has right now, but Tails isn't anywhere in Smash Brothers. And my and Metal's example to fix that is just make him part of the entrance examination. Just have him fly Sonic into the game. Have them wave at each other until as Tails disappears, and Sonic will say, "It's time to party." Ah, need some more water. I'm starting to slur my words. 1 second. Basic attack is this simple punch, kick, kick combo from Sonic Battle. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more so these GIFs are a little more visible. Forward is the kick from Sonic Frontiers. Just a really quick attack with pretty good range thanks to his linky limbs. A high kick from Sonic Frontiers. Sends up and back a little bit. Good setup for combos, especially. You can combo into up air and at lower mid percents. Down tilt is the foot sweep from Sonic 06. I think this is what Phasal Ganon did too. I forgot to share this again. I'm at least remembering to faster than I usually do. There we go. Dash attack is the fire somersault. Interesting pull. Hits below the edge, but only because it will actually send you off the edge of the stage. Fret not, if you roll off the edge, you can jump out of this rather quickly, making this an actually pretty good way to hit someone below the edge and follow up after. Alright, interesting. It's a bit of a jarring effect to have Sonic having the moveset, but I like it. I'm feeling it. Side smash is the Sonic Flare. Yeah, a little bit. There we go, now you can see the hole. I think more people have asked for this as down smash, as more people have asked for Sonic Eagle as fair. Alas, it doesn't make it as his down smash, it makes it as his side smash instead. This move has 2 frames, is stronger in the back, and sends outwards. It is a very stylish move. Also a very interesting one for a forward smash, as it kind of gives him a low profile as well. I like it, I like it. Up smash is the Sonic Updraft. Basically, Fox Up Smash. I believe Phasal also used that in the XL mod. It's a good one. I think it honestly fits Sonic better than it does Fox. It's a nice little... It's kind of a tertiary reference, but it still kind of references just loop-de-loops in Sonic games. It seems there's not many other way to do that. Otherwise, it's just kind of nice. And down smash is Spiral Spin. Kind of just doing donuts. I love that. Just a bit of a figure 8's infinity symbol. Nice. Neutral air is the insta shield now. Doesn't extend very far, but still a good combo extender. Also comes with 1 frame of invincibility. Interesting. I like that. Because that, having such a tight window for a frame of invincibility to extend combos fits Sonic really well. It encourages you to be very aggressive, but also punishes you for not having poor timing. Forward air is Sonic Eagle because of course it is. It's what it should be, and it's what everybody should do for their ideas, because it's just so cool. Just the forward front flip to the slamming heel down as a spike, it's so good. Back air is the humming top. 3 hits that combo into each other. The final hit is Sonic's best kill move. I like the emphasis on more spinning moves here. Just helps sell the speedster element of Sonic even more. Up air is still the brawl. Air scissors. I would like to come up with a better one here, but it's so hard, and it's so unique what it is right now. it's kind of hard to justify getting rid of it. And down there is Sonic Rocket, which is just a little kick down. Yeah. FaZe will use that too. Acts more like a nair than a dare, with only a pretty weak spike on the tip of Sonic's shoe. Not much to say for Sonic's throw, so there's not much material to pull from, and Smash kinda nailed it. Forward throw is the kick, back is the spin throw. I do like this back throw. It's a nice one. Up throw is the blue tornado. I like that! That's fun. Because few things sell a speedster more than just spinning around in a circle really fast and just creating a tornado from it. Ah, gosh, we got a bot. 1 second. Let me move and report that spam. And boop. There we go. Okay. And down throw is the spin dash combo starter at low percent. Sonic's main throw. I do agree. This move is kind of brutal for no reason, but it is kind of amazing for that. Special is the homing attack, still here, but it does tricks now after each hit. If Sonic hits someone, he can do another homing attack, but you cannot target the same person twice in a row. This is something that will eventually be in my Sonic video as well, but it's because it's such a nice feeling where you can just chain homing attacks into additional people. And throwing the tricks in there as well, it just really sells his too cool for school personality. Like, yeah, he's attacking you, but he's also looking cool at the same time, smiling for the camera. It's very nice. Side special is the light speed dash / Sonic drive. Throws out a ring with basic physics that does 1% flinching damage. If it hits someone, it will go through them. Pressing side B again while the ring is out will make Sonic light speed dash after it doing some damage. Sonic can cancel the light speed dash into any aerial or special move other than light speed dash. If you run into a wall, you can wall jump out of it. That's an interesting take on it. As most people use the boost as just a, hey, go sideways really fast. But that kind of turns it into kind of throwing out an anchor for you that you can charge to at any given moment. Oh, there's a character like that in Multiverses. Who is it? Is it Garnet? I think it's Garnet. I think technically she grabs you when she does it, but it's kind of a similar principle, and it's really fun. Provides for some fun mix-ups and combo tools. And up special is the spring jump. It's hard to think of anything besides that. Grounded down special is the spin dash. But the aerial down special is the bounce bracelets. Spikes an opponent and bounces back up. Think like Greninja down air. You hit the ground, you gain height. After the first bounce, you can cancel into another bounce or air any aerial at any time. That's kind of hilarious. It's not what I would pick, but I love the mental image of just Sonic bouncing around like a rubber ball across the stage. Almost like a Ridley Pogo. And the final smash is still Supersonic. Sonic now turns super with the Chaos Emeralds and rushes forward. Anyone hit by it will be sent to the center of the screen, and Sonic will start ramming into the open at supersonic speeds, racking up major damage. At the end, Sonic will appear over the foe and release the Chaos Emeralds, which act as a final hit, sending the opponents away. Alright. Taunts. Up taunts, same as this. Side taunts, same as that. But now actually saying the things he should say. I cannot believe they got rid of You're Too Slow. Like, that might be one of my least favorite changes in the entire Smash Bros. Series. You had such a perfect meme that encapsulated Sonic's character so well, and you just got rid of it. and the downtown's the finger wag. Very nice. He has 5 idle animations now. One is just him tapping his foot, one's the finger point, one is running in place, got a couple of stretches, and a sigh. Got the alternate costumes here. One for Sonic, one for Tails, one for Knuckles, one for Espio, one for Jet, one for Silver, one for Shadow, one for Chip, and an unlockable color shirt. Why are they having unlockable colors, actually? Interesting. I've never considered that. But that'd be a great way to, like, throw in bonus, really tough challenges, like how Melee's character unlocks, or just really out there, bizarre methods of getting characters, while not actually locking content behind them. Why doesn't Smash do that? That's brilliant. Especially, like, of course, like, come on. Imagine, like, some sort of, like, beat classic intense with Sonic and unlocking the Jet Set Sonic. Not only would that feel like a great reward, but it even gives you, like, bragging rights as well. Oh, I've never thought of that, now it's gonna bug me forever. This is no disrespect to the Sonic moveset, but this is, like, I kind of like this idea as a whole more. Just because that adds so much to the game with so little effort. That's so cool. Ah! Victory poses, there's a signpost, freeing the animals, and breakdance. That's an ending thought. Sonic is one of my favorite characters in all of fiction. His inclusion in Smash should bring me joy. Yet it brings disappointment more than anything else, and I really hope this rework makes you think cool when you think Sonic and Smash. Any feedback is appreciated. I think this is pretty good. It's hard for me to give feedback on this because I have, like, my own idea, my own video I'm making for how Sonic should work. And I don't want to, like, overwrite your idea with mine. I can easily say that everything here is good. But I feel the cool vibes that you want. I especially like the light speed. That's an interesting take on that move. It's a very common move that people try to give Sonic, but this is in a different way that gives it more diversity. It's more interesting. I think the only bit of feedback I would choose to give is that I think for the ultimate speedster that Sonic is, the final Smash should be absolutely insane. Like, yeah, yes, turn into Super Sonic, but do some death-defying... Like, if anybody hasn't seen the Flash's super move in Injustice 2, like straight up grabbing an opponent and dragging them back through time to smack them into the pyramids and a dinosaur, and then into themselves and tossing them off to the other Flash. Like, there should be that level of insanity. And that's the only real bit of feedback I can give here. I feel like people just kind of grab onto the final Smash of being like, yeah, he's Super Sonic now, and just don't push it much further. Like, don't be afraid to just take that to 11 and beyond. But yeah, this is great. I enjoyed it immensely. Alright, let's grab the other half of this. Boop! Surprise, surprise! We have Shadow as well. I am going to skip over this intro bit, although I will copy and share this in the chat for anybody that wants to read it. This is kind of made in tandem with the Sonic moveset, so there's a lot of similarities there. But the general idea behind this is that Team Dark is the most challenging team to play as, but as a result, is the most fun. I'd like to try something like that here. Shadow is much less beginner-friendly and less intuitive to use, but when used correctly, is much more rewarding. Shadow's main game plan is to string opponents in devastating combos and use Chaos Spear to close the distance between him and his opponent or put pressure on them. That is basic stats here, I'll just leave that up there for a second. does have a float. Stage intro is Chaos Control. Shadow teleports in with Chaos Control, comes to a crouch and looks around before standing. He has a gimmick of the hero and dark gauges. Both appearing as meters. Hero gauge fills up when Shadow deals damage, while the dark gauge fills up while Shadow takes damage. It takes 90% to fill each gauge. The hero gauge will reset if you lose a stock, and the dark gauge will be filled to half of what it was before you died. When completely filled, Shadow's down special will change. Basic attacks, pretty similar to Sonic's. Shadow Kick as well. It's a bit of a quicker, not as much range. I think ZSS forward smash. Up tilt is Chaos Upper, doing a powerful uppercut that sends opponents straight upwards, kills at higher percentages. Down tilt is also the spin kick. Dash attack is Shadow Slicer. Stops his accelerations by using his jet shoes to push backwards, sending out sparks. That's a fun mental image. Well, actually, not really mental image. You can see it right there. Just have skidding to a stop, and the sparks from doing so, like, being what damages opponents. That's just fun. All of Shadow's smash attacks are devastating, doing loads of damage and knockback, but with high amounts of startup and or end lag. Side smash is Chaos Magic. Snaps and creates an explosion of chaos energy. It's extremely strong and sends outwards. The longer you hold it, the larger the explosion is. Snapping explosions are the best. Like, why doesn't Mewtwo have one of those? It looks so good. Up smash, it all starts with this. Holds up his hands and unleashes a burst of chaos energy. A bit like Hero's up smash, it's a bit skinny. Down smash is Chaos Nightmare. Uses a burst of chaos energy with both hands hitting on both sides of his opponents. Sends out and downwards into the floor. His Jet 3 cancels into this move to reflect how it works in Sonic Battle. That's scary. Aerials, neutral air is Chaos Burst, of course. Quick hit, multi-hit, like Mewtwo or Pikachu's Nair. Forward air is Shadow Teleport, a mini version of Fox's Illusion. Interesting, I like that. Basically makes it impossible to be knocked off the stage horizontally. Like, if you don't get knocked into the blast zone, you are easily getting back. But that creates some fun, like, zipping around. I mean, it's literally teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid. I love that. Back air is a shoulder check. I like it. Up air is the Sonic Updraft, kind of like Mario's up air. And down air is the Shadow Rocket. This one popping back up if it hits you. Grab is a standard one-handed grab. Pummels a gut punch like Terry's. Forward throw is a karate chop, it sends opponents outwards. Back throw is a roundhouse kick, yes! I have seen the fan dub of Sonic 06 way too many times to do anything but laugh upon seeing this. Just Silver's just pathetic whines after that happens. Ah, that's perfect. Up throw is the Black Tornado. Nice. Down throw is Jet Shoes. Throws his opponent to the ground and stomps on them, then he activates his Jet Shoes and burns his opponent. That is one of the edgiest things I've ever seen, and I love it. Very nice. Specials, neutral special, gun! No. Homing attack. Just like Sonic's, also does tricks. But you know, he's trying to look cool and edgy at the same time. That's so perfect. Side special is Chaos Spear. Shoots out a very quick bolt of chaos energy. Foes hit by it takes some damage or are paralyzed for a very short amount of time. Useful for you when you can't reach your opponent in time to follow up on a combo, or for putting pressure on opponents. Up special is Chaos Control / Air Chaos Burst. What is the difference here? Teleports in the direction held. If you teleport into the ground, you'll automatically be put into a dash to preserve momentum. That's fun. If the B button is held when Shadow appears, you'll do a Chaos Burst as... Oh, okay, okay. You can choose to hold it down and explode afterwards. I like that, I like that. Lets it be both a mobility tool and a powerful attack. Down special is the same as Sonic's if you don't have the gauge filled. But if you do, fill in the hero down special, so the one you get for attacking is Chaos Control. Creates an area of effect bubble around him that slows anyone inside it. Basically, Ashley's assist trophy, but smaller and only the slowing parts. The down special is Chaos Blast, which is just a very massive explosion. Okay! I'll admit, I kind of wasn't feeling the, just the hero slash villainy thing at first, but having it just be the down special and just create two different effects, I kind of like that. Because, like, say what you will about how that worked in the game, that doesn't change the fact that it's one of the major mechanics of the game that he starred in, and I do feel like that gives it some value to show, and that's a nice middle ground to do it. Lets him have both the magic explosion attack and the time slowing attack. I like it. The final smash is Super Shadow / Chaos Inferno. Controls all 7 Chaos Emeralds, freezing everyone on the screen. Rouge and Omega appear. Omega shoots a giant laser, think Rob Final Smash. Rouge aims Omega up and down according to the player's inputs. I like it. There's a definite lack of side characters and just all the Sonic contents in Smash. This would be a nice way to fixing that. That's a good idea. That's a good question, Pierre. Also, hello. Bubble around him that slows anyone inside. Does not say. I'd like it if it was centered around him. They create interesting, like, combo games where you can, like, hit people and, like, follow them as long as you can keep them in the zone. You can keep comboing them as they're still slowed, but you have to have the skill to actually chase them the entire way through. Or just sail on calzones, I'm sorry. You poor soul, you missed the Claymation Donkey Kong. Somebody had a Donkey Kong moveset based entirely off of Claymation. Someone should post that in the chat for Pierre. You still have the link. Taunts, we got the arm cross. Got this pose. I'll make it up here and say, worthless consumer models. And down taunt is gun. Tosses it behind him and it's a weak projectile. I love that. Oh, that's nice. Idle animations, looking around. We got the alternate costumes, basic. We have Yellow Shadow Android, Green Shadow Android. We got Memphis, Tennessee, the Blue Shadow Android, Gun Commander, Rouge, and kind of based on both Omega and Eggman. And again, just like the idea of having unlockable colors is so good. So easy! How has Smash not done that before? Like, come on, Sakurai, that's a no-brainer! Fox Ring title is the ultimate life form, of course. Brings Radical Highway with him. And some music as well. Classic mode here. Trying to see if I can figure out how this is. Kind of based off the adventure bosses, alright. Victory poses the Arm Cross, the Team Dark Victory, and the Chaos Emerald. Very nice! I like it. It's fun seeing both that one and Sonic's just kind of taking Sonic in a new direction and basing Shadow off of that. a very fun extra expansion of the character. Right, let's go back to the scene. Swap around the musics real quick. Grab some water real quick. Okay, let's grab this one next, because I kind of want to see just how this works. I clicked it once and got an idea of what the presentation style was. So this was technically submitted by the Hectacular Hector, but it's something that was made by a team of people. They are calling themselves Team Historia. Credited here, I have Erdrick, Beckel Spec, Camp the MVP, Miguel, and Ditto Master 6. I think there's a few more in the credits of this. I kind of just skimmed through it. Bear with me for a second. I have to make sure that this is, like, playing right, and I'm sure the audio is going to be messed up at first. Presenter view. Gonna full screen this.
Super Smash Bros Historia is a fan-made brainstorming project based off of the official Super Smash Bros games featuring Nintendo, Sora Limited, and Bandai Namco. Please support the official release.
I think... Good evening, Anon. It's been a while. Press Next to access the presentation. Request for presentation has been received. Loading data. I skimmed through this so I know what's coming up, but I haven't, like, stopped to watch things. Oh. Darkness. Presented to you by Team Historia. It's not a video, it's a slideshow, like I am clicking through this. Super Smash Bros Historia Direct. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna have to voice this. Alright, no, I'm committing. I'm gonna commit to this. Testing. 1, 2, and... Hello? Is this radio working? Oh god, okay.
The radio is set, Master. Everything should be working.
Splendid! My apologies to you all for the minor inconvenience. That aside, greetings everyone! Welcome to our very first direct for Super Smash Bros Historia.
Greetings from me as well. Today, we will be going over core information about the project. This would include the vision, new mechanics, and other elements.
Aren't you all excited? Say, there is something missing, wouldn't you say, Rob?
Error recognized. I forgot to mention that we will be revealing some of our fighters, old and new. My apologies, Master.
Shut up, Pierre. There's a big difference between improvisation and actually having a script for things. Now, don't be so hard on yourself, Rob. You just forgot. But enough waiting. Why don't we show you all our reveal trailer for the first 4 characters?
Yes, let us proceed. Loading Historia first reveal.mp4.
Warning, upcoming All-Stars. Click here to see the reveal trailer. Is this an actual movie, or is this going to be like a script? This is a script. Okay, hold on, let me go to their... Boop. Here we go. Oh, that is not the right size. One moment. Shoop. Shoop. That's close enough. Darkness and in floats the Smash invitation letter. Many worthy challengers are brought together from across the multiverse in order to fight it out for supremacy. The master behind it all sends these invitations to those lucky enough to join the battle. One could say these invitations are the gateway to greatness. A strange jumping noise happens thrice, a triple jump, as it were, as a gloved hand suddenly grabs the letter. Wahoo! I did it! It's Mario, holding up the letter joyously. Zap! Bolts of electricity suddenly hit Mario, making him drop the letter. The letter sways to the ground. In the distance is a figure, the one who casted the spell. Yusha casts Zapple. The Luminary. Interesting second character. Alrighty. It's the Luminary, and both Mario and the Luminary are now standing in a showdown to get the letter. They both sprint towards the invitation, throwing whatever they can to slow the other down while also skillfully dodging each other. They both come close to each other, and Mario jumps, ready to send his fist into the Luminary as he prepares Giga Slash. This causes the letter to be blown into the air, floating slowly above the fighting. Before they strike each other, something strange happens in the distance. Sliding in on screen is a strange, circular figure. It opens its mouth and begins eating other circles. Pellets, as it were. Before they strike each other, No, I just read that. 4 other ghost-like beings are following behind. The circle then consumes a pellet larger than the others as it has been eaten, turning the ghosts blue. With ease, the circle consumes the other 4 ghosts, awarded with points for some reason, as well as their eyes retreating away. Once all 4 have been consumed, the circle flies towards the screen. Mario and the Luminary, both caught off guard, swiftly dodge out of the way before they are consumed. However, the invitation was taken by the circle's gaping maw. The circle lands and suddenly grows limbs, a nose, and some eyebrows. Waka waka. It is revealed that it is Pac-Man, is the one celebrating his victory. He has the invitation in his hand and holds it up. Unfortunately, just like Mario before, something stops Pac-Man. A hook attached by a chain flies by and takes the invitation, taking Pac-Man by surprise. The 3 figures watch as the hook slings back to its origin as a new armored figure. It's time to rip and tear. The figure is the Doomslayer. The meat hook returns to his super shotgun. After removing the invitation from his super shotgun and putting the gun away, the Doomslayer takes out the crucible and activates it. This is it, the final bout between the 4, and they all know it. The Luminary sends out Kaswoosh in order to blow the letter out of the Slayer's hand, which causes them to react as the letter lands in the middle of the crowd. It's the bout for an invitation to Super Smash Bros Historia! Everyone's at war for the invitation. Fists thrown, swords swung, and guns shot. Just then, a massive floating hand appears and everyone stops to look up at it. Everyone stop! My apologies for the misunderstanding. I only put out 1 invitation instead of 4. You all were meant to join the roster. You can stop fighting. Now. Assuming that's 4 now. Everyone stared at them. Just who was this? Oh, dearest apologies. Such an entrance needs an introduction to match. I'm the host of the tournament you'll be joining. The one, the only. I kind of love the idea of a showy, voiced Master Hand. Just kind of that sort of ringlet leader kind of personality. That'd be hilarious. Wait, that's the wrong hat. Master Hand quickly noticed that. Oh, I wore the wrong hat as well. Silly me. Let aside, I'll explain all of this later. For now, let's get things in order. Raise these invitations, mind you. Master Hand then snaps its fingers, and the invitation suddenly splits into 4 duplicates, enough for everyone. With all 4 holding an invitation up, they are all transported somewhere. Okay. Fun. 1 second. Let me scene back. Get back to the... How do I... Full screen, go away. Go back to this and... F11. Oh, there we go. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Pumped yet, anyone? 4 fighters, with a new one as well. We hope you enjoy the inclusion of these fighters in Historia.
Moving on, Master will now explain the premise of the event and how it came to be.
Number 1. The premise.
Allow me to share with you a story. Have you ever wondered what your favorite gaming universes are like? Truth is, all of them are connected through an outer dimensional pathway named the Nexus. Think of it like a million stars in the sky. Each star represents a different dimension. At the center of these...
Aw, this is adorable!
Lies us, speaking to you, the audience. I rule over...
Oh, is this Master Hand speaking? I rule over dimension in the center of the Nexus. I can manipulate it to be almost anything. I've been watching the Nexus's universes for quite a while. The friend made, the battles fought, the challenges conquered. I felt as if the history of this realm required celebrating. That's when I had an idea. A grand competition, taking many different fighters from across the Nexus and having them partake in a tournament. And the winner? Their prize would be an artifact of my discovery, the Smash Ball. It has the power to grant its user their innermost desire. So then, who will win this competition, and who will lose? How about we find out together? Oh, looks like there was music for a second, and it stopped. One second, let me refresh this. I was told that if there's ever any musical problems, to just refresh it. Give me just a moment. Which slide is this? This is slide 19. Boop. Boop. There we go. I know Google Slides isn't the most reliable. Nope, that's the wrong one. Reliable with audio. It'll be exciting watching this project grow, don't you say? So many contestants, all gathered in one grand tournament. Just think of the interactions and the fights. Just who will come out on top? The audience needs a little something, right? A solid idea of who will get in and why. How will the content work? We have it right here for you in our vision statements.
Loading historiavision.txt.
Number 2. The vision. Ooh! This is a fun little ditty. To simplify the vision for this category, how about we split it into 4 categories? Them. Tale, history, experience, minimalistic. Given that a premise has been set up, one may already be thinking that lore will play a prominent role in Historia. It sure will. While information about the concept is revealed one by one, lore posts will showcase the world of the Nexus and its guests. The fighters of Historia are all gathered in a giant mansion owned by Master Hand, named the House of Historia. Fighters and a few other special guests will interact with one another before the tournament finally begins. It's kind of a more... kind of presenting a more story-focused Smash Bros., which I kind of love. In addition to expanding on its world, Historia also aims to be a celebration of gaming highlights. It's almost like a place where you can learn about the series it features and how it relates to the core theming. In Historia, series featured can be organized into 3 types. Grandfather. Grandfather series were featured partly due to their influence on gaming as a whole. They may have popularized genres, invented features, or have been trendsetters. Icon. Icon series were featured partly due to their popularity in the gaming industry. They either had a long-lasting popularity across gaming, or have become genre definers. Masterpiece. Masterpiece series were featured partly due to their quality. Some may be objectively good and have existing or potential appeal. Others consider entries in these series timeless works of art, which we would agree with. These reasons determine why series are featured in the concept. In addition to this, a series content in Historia, stages, fighters, etc., is chosen not only to advertise the series in a way, but explain it to newcomers and celebrate what made those series so great. It's almost like a glorified commercial.
Gaming started with a few technological experiments, sparks that would later give birth to a medium beloved by many.
It was then that this medium would finally bloom, and so it evolved, console after console. The goal is to create something that celebrates what we love about this medium and showcases it in all of its glory to whoever sees it. This is Historia. One thing that improves a project is having a more concise goal. You can zero in on that goal to make a more specific experience that can appeal more to a specific audience. Historia fully zeroes in on its more competitive side, being related to a lot more like other traditional fighting games. Don't panic. It's still a platformer that still has access to more casual elements. We're simply taking a more competitive approach with the formula. Hypothetically, a game like this would pay more careful attention to balancing, legality amongst stages, and characters, amongst other things. Historia also plans to make content in a way that lowers the quantity from Ultimate for more quality. Too many fighters and too many stages would lower the potential to expand on balancing, game modes, and other features. In addition, less emphasis will be placed on fighters and stages. That emphasis will go to Historia's other features. There are some times where less can be more. Darkness. It's oh gosh darn it, can I reset the music by doing this? Yes, okay, cool. With a much clearer goal for this project, we hope you gamers and gaming historians are drawn to it a little more.
It's a bit better to bite a little than to bite more than you can chew,
wouldn't you say?
Next, we will explain the format of battles and how they will function. Loading HistoriaFightFormat.txt. Number 3, the fighting format.
Oh, nope. Music didn't work. Let's try that again. There we go. Grab some water real quick. This is a lot of talking. Though it's nothing new, I think that the format of matches is still worth going over. To start, the main win condition is to send the opponent off the stage a certain amount of times and take their lives. The player is able to adjust the amount of stocks used in a fight, as well as the time limit for each match. Save rule sets return as well. The main competitive format lies in 1v1 and 2v2 battles. Keep this in mind for future reference. The format may have been obvious, but it got... Come back. Music? Hold on, 1 second. Google Slides work oh so well, don't they? Refresh, that was page 28. And boop. Oh, hold up, come back. There we go. Alright. The format may have been obvious, but it serves as a good reference point. Some things are simply too hard to keep track of.
That is why I have a data chip. Due to it, I cannot lose anything.
Boop. No. Boop. I wouldn't say everything. Say, what about when you lost your Dynamite in the storage closet yesterday? Lighten up, Rob. Everyone makes mistakes.
Advice noted.
However, there's one thing we simply cannot forget. That's right, everyone. The moment you've been waiting for. The fighters! Hit it!
Loading first4.txt.
Number 4. The fighters.
Let's go!
Mario jumps into battle. It's-a me, Mario! Mario is the protagonist of the Super Mario franchise, featuring games of many different genres and a universe of quirky, colorful characters. Mario is the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom. He goes on platforming adventures to save its princess from the evil Koopa Kingdom time and time again. Mario and the games he's featured in have had a massive impact on the gaming time and time again. His first appearance, being the Donkey Kong arcade game, was what pushed Nintendo into the mainstream, allowing for it to take over the video game industry after the failure of the console Atari. Not to mention, Super Mario Bros. For the NES established the formula of 2D platforming games and was a ringleader in Nintendo's rescue of the video game market. This is such a nice song. He jumps into battle, the joyful jack of all trades. Mario is a well-rounded character, befitting of the jack of all trades archetype. Due to his simplicity and versatile kit, he can play both defensively and offensively. He also excels at aerial combos and has a good grab game, making him a great character to teach beginners the fundamentals of the game. As previously mentioned though, borrowing from several playstyles means he isn't a master of much. Mario is limited to the same few methods of zoning, neutral, and approaching, so using them over and over again can make him predictable and easy to punish. Though this versatility can be a double-edged sword like this, it teaches players how to improve upon their skills, only cementing his place as a starter character. I guess next up is Luminary? Yep, so it is. The Luminary is the role of the player in the game Dragon Quest XI, an entry in the Dragon Quest series of RPGs. Hailing from the village of Cobblestone, he discovered his connection to an ancient hero, the Luminary, after completing a coming-of-age ceremony. A destiny to defeat the Lord of Shadows was set out before him, and so he ventured, meeting a colorful cast of allies along the way. Dragon Quest is an immensely influential series. It was responsible for spawning the Japanese role-playing genre of games. These included such games as Final Fantasy, Pokemon, Persona, and others. As for Dragon Quest XI individually, it nearly perfects the JRPG formula, preserving the turn-based combat and including beautiful environments to roam around. 11 is a very good introduction to the genre. The bright light of legend. The Luminary is a zoner with high risk and reward spells. Removing his command select and critical hits, he's a more streamlined to make his playstyle more compatible with the competitive nature of Historia, as well as easier to pick up for casual players. In this iteration, he has to play strategically to make the most of his kit, as he has limited safe options and risky stronger options, making him susceptible to severe punishments. This concept is reinforced through the implementation of MP, which he has less to use this time around, 30 instead of 100. This is not unlike the JRPGs he pioneered, where some degree of strategy was always needed or else the team would fall apart. His game plan revolves around creating distance and playing defensively with his sword and shield, allowing him to charge his powerful spells for heavy damage and KOs. Pac-Man hungers for a fight. Waka Waka! Pac-Man is the protagonist of the Pac-Man series of games. Oh, this is a nice song! Yes! His most notable appearance is his debut in the classic Namco arcade game of the same name. Pac-Man doesn't have much of a story. He's got a wife, kids, and his pals from the Namco-verse, but he's pretty straightforward. He traverses through his maze and collects as much as he can, avoiding the 4 ghosts along the way. Pac-Man is one of the most iconic video games of all time. He took the culture of 80s America by storm upon his debut. Songs, TV shows, and even mods were done in his name. He was also extremely popular with gamers, who preferred games that featured less violence. Pac-Man is still popular today, alongside a few other Namco games such as Galaga and Dig Dug. It's no lie that this man defined the arcade. The Freeform Maze Former. Retaining his ultimate moveset, Pac-Man is a creative zoner that is able to be played in a variety of approaches and styles, with the ability to easily adapt to an ever-changing battlefield. He is mainly able to set up traps and kill scenarios, mainly using the fire hydrant and especially bonus fruit. This accurately reflects the values of original Pac-Man arcade games, where the player is able to use their own strategy to conquer level after level. I love that they make a note to put the butt bounce there. Hold on. There we go. I get the feeling this is going to be very loud. Or not play at all. 1 second. Let's try that again. There we go. Alright. Doomslayer rips and tears into the competition. The Doomslayer is the protagonist of the Doom series of first-person shooters. He is a man of no name and few words, only seeking to end the demonic invasion and eliminate every single demon there is. He's got many weapons to help him on his mission. The super shotgun, chainsaw, frag grenades, and even the crucible. With his rushdown playstyle on top of that, the Doomslayer is surely a force to be reckoned with. Demons beware, because the Doomslayer is here to rip and tear until it is done. That was perfectly timed. That was lovely. Doom is a very iconic game amongst first-person shooters. Not only that, but he comes to represent the birth of first-person shooters by id Software. This company got the genre on its feet and created online shooters for the world to see. The beast that bites and never lets go. In the Doomslayer's world, it's kill or be killed. His unrivaled ferocity is present in his incredibly aggressive rushdown playstyle. Armed with his powerful arsenal of brute strength and more, he is always applying pressure, whether he's close or not. Having several different ways to get in, he can be absolutely lethal the second you let your guard down. Though his combo game isn't as free flow as other characters, he has no issue racking up damage and taking stocks once he gets in. Ow! I put a little too much gravel in my voice there. 1 second. This is so much fun. Like, this is... I could have uploaded this as just a video on my channel, and it would have done well, because the presentation here is so solid. Like, I hope you guys realize that. Oh, gosh darn it. Come back, music. There we go. Were you delighted at the character decisions? We only invite the best of the best here at Historia, so we hope you got a kick out of at least one of our starting cast. We want their abilities and skill sets to be easy to understand, and for them to bring information about them where they come from with them. Maybe we can even motivate someone to play their game. Who knows? We will now engage in a short intermission. Feel free to shortly rest before continuing with the presentation. I'm gonna grab more water then. Okay. Is there like an innovation thing here? Oh! Hello. That is so charming. Oh my gosh. There's... Oh, the combination of the Persona background right here, the basic fighting game grid. This is some solid menu design right here. This is just candy for the eyes. Hectacular, who did the basic layouts of these? I'll read this in the meantime. Based on the classic maneuver from Super Mario 64, Mario utilizes the shell surf technique for a side special. Ooh, fun! He tosses the shell in front of himself and then dives towards it, hopping on for the ride. If the shell hits an opponent, it allows for an easy follow-up. I like that a lot more than Cape. That's nice. I'm gonna get one more drink of water. Just because it is an intermission, we gotta follow the flow of this. Never posted a link. I will post it afterwards, just because I don't want to post this one because it's just because of how it's laid out. Bluted, well done, Blue. Or Erdrick. Both, either way, name works. Well, but the point is you did amazing. Alright. Let's continue on. Get the music back. We are back. Did you miss us? We hope you're enjoying the presentation so far. Now that our fighters are introduced, how about we introduce the new mechanics that they will be designed around? Hit it, Rob! Loading Historia new mechanics.txt. I feel like there's supposed to be music here. 1 second. Maybe not? 1 second, let me try loading it from this point. If not, we'll just go without the music. No worries. Refresh, that's slide 44. Boop. And boop. Oh, there's no music for this one. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Back to, oh, no, hold on. Hold up. Boop, and boop. Okay. As you can see, this is the user interface for Historia. Still a work in progress. That's sexy. That's just sexy. Everything you need to know in the heat of battle is right here. However, some things do look odd. Why is there an extra character? What is that there meter? Allow me to explain it to you in Historia's new mechanics. If this is assists and a proper, special meter, I'm going to be so happy. New mechanics. Ah, here's the music. Okay. With Historia comes the introduction of Super Specials. These are a part of the Smash Meter, a revamped and non-toggleable version of Ultimate's final Smash Meter. You can combo opponents in order to fill up. When it reaches a certain point, you can use up to a third of the meter to perform a Super Special, a more powerful version of one of your special moves. Each special has a super variant, and they are mapped to a different button so they won't interrupt regular specials. Oh, this is fun music. I don't know what this music is, but it's fun. Using Joker's Arsene gun as an example. Okay. When the Smash meter is completely filled, the player unlocks their final Smash. For those who have seen Super Smash Bros. Remix, the same function is carried over, using a special action command to activate them. This is meant to make final Smashes competitively viable, as well as provide more challenge for those initiating the attack. It's an absolute bop. The next new mechanic we're introducing is air dashing. Air dashing is used to either close or create some distance between fighters on or off the stage. When using an air dash, there is a short time frame on startup where invulnerability is applied. Once an air dash is over, before landing on the ground, the fighter is put into free fall, making it a risky option if planned improperly. During an air dash, the fighter can throw out one singular action, a dodge or an attack to either play it safe or go all in for some potential damage. Being able to dodge during an air dash will replace directional air dodges. If a fighter lands an attack during an air dash, they will not interact and enter free fall and be able to continue without the risk of falling. Darkness. All that was interesting, but that's not all.
We have another surprise. Rather, 4 of them.
A 4-in-1 package. Get ready for a competitive spin, one that is sure to turn the tides in the heat of battle. It's time for our new special guests to reveal themselves. Let's take a look. Yes! That's what I was hoping it would be. The assistants are a revamped and more competition-friendly version of assist trophies. You can select one to take with you in battle. The meter to summon the assistant charges up over time. When fully charged, you can press the dedicated button to summon the assistant. The assistant will then perform an attack shortly before leaving and charging back up once once used. Think of how summoning team members works in Dragon Ball FighterZ. Attacks differ across assistants.
Think that's Alina?
Alina is one of the party members found in Dragon Quest IV. She is the, Tsarevna of Zamakov... Now, I'll get this. Tsarevna of Zamakovsna. Short. Zamoksva. There we go. Who set out on an adventure to become the strongest fighter alive. Alina's special ability is Multi-Fist, where she first dashes forward. Upon making contact with another player, she will then unleash a combo of 4 punches on them. This works as a gap closer and builds up damage. The Hammer Bros are an enemy in the Super Mario games. They try and stop Mario by throwing multiple hammers in an upward arc, making them a menacing ranged foe. They replicate this ability in Historia, using the hammer toss. They throw 3 hammers in an upward arc when summoned. This works well as a mix-up and anti-air tool. The boss Galaga is a main enemy in one of Namco's famous arcade games. Galaga, it swoops it down to fire a tractor beam then steal the player's life. The Galaga's special ability is Galaga Tractor. It swoops above the nearest opponent to fire its tractor beam and hold them in place, working as a ranged grab. And then the Revenant is an enemy in the Doom series. Okay, I just want people to take a second to picture Pac-Man, his ever-smiling, ever-cheerful self, pointing out a finger, and just the giant, emaciated Doom Revenant comes charging forward. Special ability is Rocket Hell, having it fly to a safe space on the stage and fire multiple rockets at the opponent. This attack doesn't launch the player, rather, it hurts them. I love this. I love this so much. Now that we've finished going over core gameplay changes, this is a diagram of the meter to summarize it all. You got your assist meter, you got your damage percentage, you got your smash meter, and you got the stock icons. It's a very small thing, I know, but I love that the stock icons are slanted. It just gives it more personality. It's fun. Oh, one second. I bet you didn't expect Assist to make a comeback in a competitive format, did you? As said, they're much more friendly for a competitive match, so mix and match your favorite characters from across gaming to assist you.
Our final section will explain 4 new stages. Let us proceed.
This will be quite the fun tour, won't it?
Loading historiastages.txt. Number 6, the stages. Hold up. Music. There we go. Our first stop is Mushroom Hills, home to Mario himself. You'll be fighting on a single main platform with a lift above it that moves from side to side. Various Mario iconography can be seen, such as brick blocks, question blocks, semi-solid platforms, various enemies, and much more. The main platform itself will be scrolling across the world of Mario, so you'll need to get to see the Mushroom Kingdom's many sights. Not to mention you'll also get to visit the underground and the skies above. There's a single traveling platform across the Mario universe. I like it. Oh, we're just going between... Okay, so single slides for the stages. Okay. For Dragon Quest, we have Chalky Falls. Our next stop is a waterfall lying within the lush meadow of Erdrea. You fight atop of a platform that extends to the bottoms of the screen. 4 platforms tower above it. You can see flowers, lily pads, and other plant life in the background. From afar, you can see the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil. In addition, you'll also be able to see monsters such as slimes and golems roaming across the background. You can even see the 7 of Luminary's party members crossing the river in the background. Okay, so at least Sylvano is in the game in some way. Excellent. Come back. There we go. Our third stop is the home of Pac-Man himself, the Namcoverse. Namco Tour is a stage that takes place on a circular main platform with 4 sub-platforms above it. 2 large ones lie on the outside, while 2 smaller ones lie on the inside. The stage features pixelated, geometric, and neon visuals. It cycles through different backgrounds, visuals based on various Namco arcade games. Characters such as Ms. Pac-Man, Mappy, and a few Pukas make cameos. No, come back. There we go. Our final stop is Necrovol, the City of the Damned. This stage takes place in front of the gate to the city itself. The stage is structured similar to the Kalos Pokemon League. No platforms, just you, the ground, and your opponent. You can see the portal to Erdek in the background generating from the city's top. You can also see many different enemies from the Doom series in the background. Some of these include the Cacodemon and the Cyber Mancubus.
I'm realizing that I naturally just add more gravel to my voice whenever Doom music starts playing. Music? No? There we go. Such a colorful array of locations to fight on. Simply thinking of the history behind each and every one location here is exhilarating.
There does lie history behind these locales. That aside, our presentation has reached its end. We have nothing left to show.
Rob? Crash folder? Forgotten data? Rob, what did we?
Forgotten data detected. Creating folder crash.
Oh, dearie me, we haven't revealed her yet. How could we have forgotten about this?
010001010101010101.
Oh, peck! I'm not doing that. Very sorry for the inconveniences, everyone. We have one more fighter to reveal, along with the content that will appear alongside her. Is that supposed to... I'm gonna restart that. No? No. Okay. There we go. Alright. Click here to see the reveal trailer. Alright. Boop. And boop. And this is sized differently than the other one was. Let's move this real quick. I see Midgard right there. We're getting Cloud. Wait, no. It said her. We're getting Tifa? The city of Midgar was a fairly dreary place. It was known as the harvester of Mako energy, the Earth's life source. The energy was used to power this huge metropolis, consisting of buildings, reactors, sewers, the like. It was a cruel place, where a line was placed between the rich and the poor. However, there are some who wanted a better future for the Earth. One of these people was a girl living in the slums of... Is this Aerith? Slums of Midgar, Aerith Gainsborough. A second fateful meeting placed her under the care of Cloud Strife, a mercenary working to get by, although there was more to him than meets the eye. They met this time in a church, having had to run away from Midgar's government and administration, the Shinra Electric Company. Upon escaping, the expansive rooftops of Sector 5 opened up before their very eyes. Though Aerith had never explored them, the manufactured world around her has hers. From where they were standing, they could see the wall in all of its glory. You know, I've thought about leaving before, Aerith said, but I feel like it could be too much. There's a whole world out there, bustling with life. On the other hand, I have this calling, that there's things out there for me. What do you think? Cloud humors her. I think you should try. Aerith gets giddy and reveals an envelope tucked beneath her sleeve. What? Sorry, I just had a moment. I was just imagining this as just a trailer, just randomly, and like maybe even a PlayStation event. Just imagine what would happen if there was just like a Final Fantasy VII like Part 2 trailer, and Aerith just pulls out a Smash invitation. That'd be just the whiplash would be amazing. Well, lucky for you, after that display of bravery back there, I think you could help. Cloud reminds her of his rules. It'll cost you, even more than what we just did. Fine, Aerith relents. Maybe 2 dates will make up for it. Cloud looks unimpressed. Maybe 3? Still unfazed. Mercenaries don't usually act out of the kindness in their hearts. I'll make it worth your time. It's this tournament of sorts. Could you just escort me to it? So, is Cloud the assist? I kind of love that. A new All-Stars was ready to approach. After a pause, Cloud gives a sigh and says, "Let's mosey." Aerith holds the invitation into the air, taking Cloud's hand and making him feel flustered. They are then teleported to the mansion. That's great. That's so great. Alright, full screen this once again. Get the music back. And that... music! There we go. I'm gonna try one more time. It sounds like this one's having a little bit more of a struggle. Yeah, I think this one's just loaded incorrectly. That's fine, that's fine. And that's our final fighter reveal. The Sector 5 Flower Girl herself. I forgot. But everyone makes mistakes, correct? Now you're getting it. I'm proud of you for recognizing that.
Thank you, Master.
I wonder how we forgot about her, though. Let's not dwell on it. Ooh, we even have lore within the presentations. I'm loving this. Now then, let's take a look at the content that'll be appearing alongside Aerith.
Loading crashcontent.txt.
This'll keep him away.
Nope. Music? Thank you, music. Aerith is a playable and major character in Final Fantasy VII, an entry in the Final Fantasy series of RPGs. She is the last of a species named the Cetra, an endangered race with special powers. Living in the city of Midgar, she has been under surveillance by the Shinra Electric Power Company, who wishes to abuse her abilities. Eventually, she meets a soldier named Cloud Strife, and goes on a journey with him and his friends to save the planet from another soldier, Sephiroth. The Final Fantasy series played a major role in popularizing RPGs in the West. Final Fantasy VII was the main Western breakthrough of this genre. Not to mention, Final Fantasy is extremely popular amongst the gaming community. Aerith herself is a major character in the game's story, and serves as an introduction to the game's colorful cast. The Technical Flower Mage. Being not only a support character, but a natural-born protector, Aerith specializes in zoning and buffing herself. Abilities such as Fury Brand and Earth Protector increase her attack power and defense respectively, making her difficult to fight if the opponent allows her to get away with casting them. With her staff, her normals are fairly safe, but tend not to be fatal unless buffed, creating a dynamic where opponents must overcome her safe moves and easily overpower her once they do. Her other spells like Seal Evil and Tempest help her put up a fight, so don't confuse her defensive playstyle for weakness. She has more than enough competitive spirit and the utility to back it up. What about Cloud? You make a good point. Cloud is the main protagonist of the story. But not only that, the story is seen from his perspective. So it's only fair that he gets time in the spotlight. He serves as Aerith's bodyguard within the lore. Not only that, but he'll be very prominent alongside Aerith in the lore as well. After all, we saw the trailer from his perspective first. That way the character with the story appeal gets his time in the story, and the character with the moveset appeal gets her time in gameplay. It all works, doesn't it? That's an interesting way to put it. I like that. Up. Music? Music. There we go. Midgar. Play properly. You didn't expect one last stage, did you? Midgar is home to Aerith. Being a hotspot, that sounds like that one's not loading properly either. That's fine, that's fine. Oh no, it just skipped. Sure. For the draining of the planet's energy, you fight atop a chunk of excavated land being pulled up by a construction tower. It is a rugged main platform with 3 platforms above it. The left and right platforms are tilted. As the land slowly ascends, you can see the many landmarks of Midgar, such as towns, Mako reactors, and eventually the Shinra building. A few Shinra soldiers make cameos here, keeping watch over the lift. Later on throughout the stage, one of the mecha reactors will explode in the background. This references the first part of the game, when Cloud and the terrorist group Avalanche raids one of the mecha reactors and detonates a bomb inside. Oh, so Cloud is nuts. Come on. There we go. Oh my, it looks like someone got their hands on some summon materia. Shiva joins the battle as an assistant. Her special ability is Diamond Dust. Once you summon her, she'll stay in place. Press the assist button to begin charging her ice-cold breath. You can save this attack if you'd like. Press the assist button again to release the attack, causing the opponent to be struck by icy shards. If the charge is big enough, the opponent will be frozen. I'd continue the slides, but I'd feel bad interrupting the song before the cool percussion parts of this. Okay, fine. Hello? There we go. Final Fantasy VII was a game that sure did touch the hearts of many. We sure hope that you were delighted to see some long-lost songs and sights upon this presentation. Now then, I think that should be everything.
It is.
That wraps up our presentation. We revealed fighters, stages, and a lot of the core information about the project. We hope you enjoyed it.
I hope for your enjoyment as well.
We'll see you another time when we have even more information to reveal. This has been the first Super Smash Bros Historia Direct, and this is Master Hand, signing out.
Farewell, everyone.
And so that completes our reveals for this Direct. 5 fighters, 5 stages, information about the general idea, and much more. Thank you all so much for viewing our presentation. We are excited to present to you more information about Historia in the future. Until then, farewell. Static. And credits. Come back. Music. Music? Nah, it's fine. Urgic was the creator, project director, artist, and visual designer. Phenomenal job. Spectacular Hector, artist and the slideshow animator. Very well done. Very well done. A spec writer and a Celeste enthusiast. I love that profile picture so much. And to the rest of the back room. Camp, Didomaster, Miguel, Yepchkao, Chow, maybe, and Centrifugula. Quillian credited for the ideas for new mechanics. Fazdude credited for moveset ideas. Shoutouts, thank you everyone who has supported both Super Smash Bros. Remix and Historia over their conception. Reading your positive comments has been a source of joy for me, and I look forward to having you all around again. So shout out to Skycrafter, Monkey C, 1.21 gigawatts, The Ego Effect, Sports Fan, VFX, Doxero, Maximum Flyer, Joebot, Spring Souls, BB-Boy, Carnegie, Moist, and Griefing Golem. I love how many names I recognize here. I love this, like, moveset-based community. It's so great. Hey! That me! Thanks, I appreciate that. Thank you all for viewing. And here's the music tastes. Oh, were these... Oh, I hope I don't get in trouble for that. Alright, if it gets copyright struck, I'm fine with that revenue going to these creators. I don't like having ads put on my videos, but if, like, that's going to happen with copyright, that's fine, that's fine. I just don't want to get struck. And it looks like that's all. All right. That was phenomenal. Well done. Let me share this, like, for anybody that just wants to hold on to this link, not leak. Yeah, I'm having a hard time just, like, following up on that. That was kind of just amazing. Yeah, that was wonderful. The pacing was exquisite. Like, what was that? Like 77 slides? That took about, like, easily in half an hour, maybe longer. That went by like a dream. And it was fun. Like, I had genuine fun racing through that entire thing. Looks like Spectacular Hector will have a link to the Discord server at the end. Could you send that to me now so I can put it, like, copy and paste it and, like, just set it to the side so I can put it in the channel description as well? Like, for the description of this video? Yeah, let's go back to the scene. There we go. Alright. But yeah, I can't really criticize anything of that. That was just good. In chat, yeah, if you could. Let everyone that's here join in if you'd like. And then I can post it in at the bottom. Next is Ganon and Samus. Nice! I read that as Smaug the first time. That gave me a double take. Did a Master Critic get no Bowser Jr.? But I do like this take on, like, approaching it from just, like, divorcing it from Nintendo entirely, because you have the option to do that, and making it more, like, video game centric as a whole. Because that opens up a lot more genres. Like, you're not gonna find anybody like Doom Guy in Nintendo's library. Let's do a proper, like, All-Stars version of gaming in general. And that's just fun. I enjoyed it. Alright. What should we do next? I think I'm gonna go out of order here. Because that was a lot of talking. I need a chance to be able to not talk for a bit. So I had a submission here. There's been a lot of Smash stuff related in this Peasant's perspective. Actually, I'll spoil it now. It's all Smash stuff. I got so many movesets from people that hadn't submitted ideas before that I just like, you know what, we're going to make this entirely Smash Brothers focused. These remaining ideas will be Smash Brothers as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this one next. One second, I have to set some stuff up for this, and I'm not sure how the audio is going to play. But I will try. Nope. Hoop. And boop. From someone named And Yet No Bananas, I had submitted a 13-minute video. So bear with me for a second. It's going to be hard to balance the audio of both this playing and myself speaking. I'll try to stay quiet throughout their narration. But I will probably pause it from time to time. So give me a second. I saw the first 5 seconds of this and I was immediately sold. So let's go full screen on this. Oh, actually, hold on 1 second. Just because we are going to be watching somebody else's video, I want everybody to... I'm not fond of creators that just watch other people's videos and replace that with... It takes away viewership from the person, so I want everybody to... you don't have to, like, watch the video as I'm watching this, but, like, turn it on, put it on mute, put it in the background so that they still get the full retention and viewership from the video. Cheat the YouTube algorithm a little bit. Like it as well. Throw a comment, too. Why not? Give Bananas a nice boost here. Alrighty. Now let's start.
Anyone who watched this channel for a long time knows that I'm a Smash Bros fan. For the literal thousands of you who aren't, I am a Smash Bros fan. Smash Bros is a weird beast. It did not start as a cynical cash cow super crossover conglomeration game like most multi-franchise games are nowadays. It was the passion project of one certain Sakurai and his attempt at fighting games, a genre close to his heart. The idea of adding Nintendo characters were considered after development started. This, along with the fact they weren't given a lot of time to polish these titles, meant that a lot of early characters had a lot of anachronisms with them. Samus's basic approach to projectiles, Yoshi's lack of an up B and the compromises to his jump to keep him viable, Jigglypuff existing at all. One character, however, stands above the rest for being the most anachronistic of all, Ganondorf. He was a late addition to Melee's development, and with no time to fully make him his own character, they opted to make him a clone of Captain Falcon instead. This wasn't satisfying for players or developers alike, but hey, Melee's development was a mess in general, and they got a lot else right for a sequel, so it wasn't a game ruiner or anything. And besides, once they got around to further sequel games, they'd have a chance to go back and redesign them to be more faithful to his source material. You'd think, anyway. Yeah, the animations were updated to have more heft to them, but they kept the framework of Melee, so instead of this ancient evil, a swordsman, a warlock, a beast in man's skin, he was just this guy who punched harder than the rest of the characters. Apparently this was done to not alienate people who liked playing him in Melee, though personally I don't think that's a very big demographic. So this is an awkward position where, yes, had he not been in Melee at all, it would have been better for the...
I'm gonna pause this just for a few general reactions. Animations I love. I wish I'd been able to do something like that, just because it makes it a lot easier to like give something for the viewers to look at on screen while still like getting through content quickly. I will throw out that I think the music needs to be like about 5 decibels lower. It's just a little hard to make out some words. Not to the point that I can't hear you, but I have to focus to hear you. Just a bit of an audio imbalance, but that's something that everybody has. For like the first 3 years of when they make content. This is very good. I like the narration. I like the cadence. Maybe I'll talk about that
character's
later.
Design in the long term. They eventually gave him a sword and ultimate, and not much besides that. I think the needle between keeping him as is, however much you deem that important, and making him more like the character from the legendary series he comes from, can be maintained. And today I'm going to explain how I think that can be accomplished. I'm approaching this design as an artist and designer who also watches fighter theory vids from time to time. It's important to admit this because a lot of my ideas involve tacking things onto a character that's theoretically already complete, as in the fact that he lacks certain tools is already accounted for in his design, and that haphazardly adding stuff could throw things out of balance. Mind you, he's currently near bottom tier, it's just that if we go too far he could wind up S+ tier. My understanding of fight theory is not complete enough that I would understand every consequence of significantly altering moves. I'm also not a competitive player. My primary way of enjoying the game is playing on random character, random stage, 8-player CPU Smash over and over and over again. So apologies in advance if I suggest ideas that are incongruous to how a character ought to be designed. If there's competitive Smash players that are watching right now, I would really appreciate some feedback. I would really like to hear from someone who is, actually very intimate with the competitive scene. On that note, I'll try to...
I don't know why, but the little wolf online switch thing in the top left, I had to hold back laughter right there. I just wanted to compliment that one of the best things to do in making videos like this that not many people do is just explain the thought process that you are approaching whatever you're making your video about with. It heads off a lot of negative comments in terms of just like, why didn't you make it like this? This is the way things are supposed to be. Because if people understand where you're coming from, it allows them to follow your thought process a lot easier. So, good job, good job.
Their propositional frame data for each change. I animated these mostly on 2s, which in a 60 FPS game like Smash would be 5 FPS. So I'll show off the actual frame data for each move, as well as propositional frame data if I did make this in 60 FPS. There is not an Ice Cube's chance in hell that I'm actually...
Wait a second, hold on.
Make this off the actual frame data.
Look at this little background right here.
Propositional frame
this
data
is so
if
charming.
I did make this in 60 FPS. There is not an Ice Cube's chance in hell that I'm actually gonna do 2D animation in 60 FPS. Do you have any idea what kind of hell that would be? Right, so I'm taking a less is more approach to Ganon. Some of his designs change every move of his, but not only is this unnecessary, as plenty of his moves show off his raw power without coming off as a Kamen Rider villain, but also it's resource intensive. This hypothetical redesign would be released alongside a hypothetical new game, so the more labor we can save for other characters, the better. With that in mind, my list of changes are in a particular order, from least to most priority. Let's start with the petty little additions and get to the more vital and wide-sweeping changes later.
Ooh!
First, and as promised, this is the pettiest thing I can think of.
That was a
and would
fun
only be
transition.
implemented if we're just drowning in extra time. is a new down tilt. Like, there's nothing wrong with the current one. It's just, for lack of a better term, it's just unseemly for a Dark God Emperor to do a move like this. Like, there's just too much bending and leg stretching for a dark evil king above it all to do, in my opinion. This is the nittiest of picks, and I would never make this argument outside of the scope of, hey, we're changing everything, so we might as well. Ganondorf had a really awkward run cycle.
I'm sorry to be focusing on this, but from an editor's perspective, like, this is just... Like, it's simple. I understand how all the parts are moving here. It's really just a couple of just boxes that I've had some perspective shifts to it, but it's so nice.
Ganondorf had a really awkward run cycle in Brawl and Smash 4. You can tell the guy can absolutely run faster, but he won't? Ultimate made him much more convincing, but if you want to have him approach menacingly while being not at all that fast, I suggest you have him float evenly towards you. Who knows how fast you can actually float? It's not a thing that real humans can actually do. Also, yes, both of these last two moves have animations taken from Magneto from Marvel vs. Capcom. He just kind of got everything right on how you depict and play a villain the first time.
That is true.
This is an effect that seems small, but has a lot of implications on how he has to be designed. I'm changing his up hair because it just seems janky to me, and you can actually reuse the animation from the old up B, which is number 6 on this list, for a slow but powerful swipe. Currently, Ganon relies on this heavily for spacing and protection from the air, and changing to a slow kill move would have a lot of implications on his design. Fortunately, all the changes later on means that he gains versatility, so he's not inherently weaker for
I'm sorry, did I just read in the chat from Bananas, I'm not an editor, so I'm glad you're impressed by that? You made this video, you're an editor, accept it.
Move anymore. It just has a different set of strengths and weaknesses.
There's no, like, gatekeeping for editing.
Right.
If you edited a video together, you're an editor.
I actually want to revert his jab back to something similar to melee. To be honest, I just find his melee jab amusing. Like, just one little love tap and it sends you flying. It's great. Putting a lot of effort into the animation spoils the joke, so I purposely animated not so well. Yeah, I'll use that as the excuse. Down B is the first of what I call falconisms, though I don't really mind this as much as the others, as charging through enemies is within the theme of the character. Still, we can alter the animations to be something more appropriate.
That's a lovely
to the
effect,
so
just kind of having Ganon's horns.
As a pig shadow envelops him. It's like a mini version of his final smash, and can even work as foreshadowing if you're playing with items on.
That's very nice.
Another one of the falconisms, up B. The new attack is a teleport, but I didn't want him to be just another blinking from one place to another teleport, like many of the teleport up Bs. Instead, he'll fade in and out of shadow, intangible until he reaches his destination, like he does in many of his boss battles. Just something different would be appreciated, I think. So, a controversial change, I would like him to have a variant of Peach's float. Not the version in PM. That one, I still don't know what's going on with that one. Like, that one's like, you tap B in midair, but also it's a reflector, and you don't just stay in the air, you just kind of slowly drop after half a second. Look, I prefer making moves control stick agnostic if possible, because in a hectic battle, it's easier to be set in a specific motion instead of returning the stick to neutral. But yeah, a float with the same input as speech, but not as long duration. Not just a boon for recovery, but also new tricks with aerials at neutral. Just want to be careful that he doesn't step on Peach's toes of air cancel moves too much. Like, they're already pretty laggy, but maybe just a smidge more, just so we don't get a repeat. I'll probably get backlash for this one too, because this is one of Ganon's better moves, but it is the last of the falconisms, neutral air. There's just too much acrobatism in there, which again is implying a characteristic that Ganon just doesn't have. What I designed here is very simple, a rotating back fist. I made the frame data more generous to make up for how good the previous move was. Also, yes, I'm aware I'm replacing a lot of his moves with back fists. It's just a very good move for simultaneously displaying a medium amount of putting effort into things, while showing disrespect for the thing you're putting effort into.
Just want to compliment, that's an extremely solid point, and I love the thought behind it.
This was almost number 1. I had to argue with myself whether this was worse for how simple it is to fix, or with the actual number 1 for how deep the impact would be for changing it. Honestly, this might be a contender for the most awkward move in the game, and of course I'm talking about up tilt. He sticks his leg way up like he's a ballerina before axe kicking it down with an explosion. And it's satisfying to land, don't get me wrong. but he has a move like this already. 2 moves if you count fully charged forward smash. What I designed in this place is where he makes a grabbing motion into the air and a minor explosion of electricity bursts from it. This move is actually taken from Demise from Skyward Sword, Ganon's canonical predecessor. In his boss battle, after you whittle him down, he grabs a lightning bolt from out of the sky and his weapon becomes electrified for the rest of the fight. Obviously we're not doing all that, but it's still a cool reference. I imagine this move actually functioning similar to his old up smash, the one in Smash 4 and Brawl, with a higher than normal wind-up but is shockingly safe on block. And of course the exact power and size of the move can be changed based on the needs of balance. This move doesn't have to be good in the grand scheme of up tilts, it just has to function. It's just better than I can say for the last one. So the big one. The thing that, if I could change only one thing about him, I would choose this. Like I said earlier, he doesn't need 3 super long wind-up moves, even if this move is legendary for being the strongest in the whole game. But what will neutral B be now? Well, one of the core ideas around Ganondorf is that he is a warlock, and one thing that screams warlock more than anything else is magic projectiles. And after a long look through of his boss battles through the years, the single most recurring one and the most obvious to tack onto his moveset would be the good old tennis ball. However, this concept has several hurdles to consider before we just add it in. Mainly, there's already a projectile that can be reflected just by hitting it, so we need to ask how this will be different. I put a lot of thought into this, and what I came up manifests in 2 different ways. First off, this attack can be charged, and at full charge it can be stored, just like Samus or Mewtwo. The other thing is that instead of a lot of knockback, it stuns you for a bit, so that Ganon gets a chance to land his big, meaty attacks upon you. Also, when the projectile...
I like that. That's a good way of diversifying charge-based moves while simultaneously keeping them separate from each other, because obviously Ganondorf would have like super powerful attacks, but you don't need it to be projectile-based specifically. Making it hold enemies in place does more for you here, because there's not a projectile in the game that's going to hit you harder than Ganondorf just being Ganondorf.
Is active, neutral B becomes a reflect, just so you have a quicker option to tennis the ball back if your own attacks are too slow. So, that's all of my ideas. Just kidding, there's one more thing we gotta cover. Yeah, I never said I can't put half a point onto my list. Wanna have 0.5 of a fight about it? So, remember when I said we were deleting Warlock Punch? Well, I actually didn't say that if you were paying attention. I'm actually keeping Warlock Punch, but not as a special move or even as a normal A attack. So like, Sakurai is a massive fan of the King of Fighters series, right? He even said it's explicitly one of the inspirations for Smash. One infamous part of that series is that the motion inputs for special moves can get kind of insane. Like if you can't consistently pull off a Shoryu, I have bad news for you. Most infamous of them all is a move that's affectionately known as the pretzel motion, performed by Geese Howard and his Raging Storm. Facing to the right, the motion goes down left, down, left, left, down right. Simple, isn't it? All of this to say, if you can perform the pretzel motion and then press A, you'll get an Easter egg in the form of Warlock Punch. A cool treat for old Ganon players, a reference to KOF fans, who I am a part of, and a reward on Heal Break if you can complete the final task.
I like that.
There you go, that's more or less my design. One thing I should emphasize is that I'm not positioning myself here as like smarter or better than anyone currently working for Smash Bros or Nintendo or such. I just like creative exercises like this one, and I just like turning my ideas into expression. Or expressing them, rather. That's a more better way to say that. This is why I don't speak non-scripted. Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe. This was supposed to come out last January?
That's the intro. Nice. Alrighty. That was quite charming. Like, you... Bananas, you say you're not a great editor, but some of these backgrounds are just straight up better than the stuff that I make. Like, I know this is simple, but just going the extra mile to have little moving things like this does so much for just a video's health. Because you're constantly giving viewers something for their eyes to track. Keeps them watching the entire time. It is hard for me to give a bit of feedback on the moveset itself, as this is another character where I have... Oh my gosh, we got another one of those bots. 1 second. Report. Blah. Go away. Remove. Remove. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this was very, very, very solid. You're a better drawer than editor, obviously, but you're still a pretty good editor. Like, I think the one big thing I can say for constructive feedback is, again, the audio. It's not a big thing to... Like, you shouldn't feel any, what's the word I'm looking for? You shouldn't feel bad about it, because it is easily the hardest thing to get right with YouTube. Like, I've been making YouTube videos for 8 years? 8 years? I think I've only had good audio for 4 of those. Just across various channels. It's one of the reasons I left my old channel, because I didn't want to have my same, just history with it. People going back to old videos and be like, ugh, no, don't listen to that. So I think this is easily better than what I had at the start. But I will say, dropping the... this background music by 5 or 10 decibels. I usually put mine around negative 25 decibels, maybe negative 30 if it's really loud. Makes it easier to help your narration pop more. Maybe also speaking just a little slower. Just a little bit. It is a bit difficult to... It's so hard to hear yourself talk to hear if it sounds right. Oh, for sure, for sure. I would 100% use a, I use Adobe Audition. I think Audacity is free. That's something that can be used. You can also hook up your headphones to a microphone. Most microphones have a functionality with that lets you hear yourself as you're speaking. I don't do that because I just find it distracting, but I know that helps for some people. Yeah, let's toss up some... Actually, no, this is fun. But again, I think audio is really the only thing I can point to is to be like, okay, work more on this. This is impeccably well done. Like the simple, top 10 formats gives a very consistent flow to all of this. The animations are all extremely solid. You explain yourself impeccably well. And the little moving animations are a lot of fun. I enjoyed this immensely. BakiReggie, don't be so harsh on yourself, Duke. Oh, no, I'm an amazing content creator. I don't have any worries about myself in that way. I just... No, it's... How do I put this? Everybody has flaws, and the more you acknowledge those and work towards them, the better your overall content will be. Like, it's easy to just... years ago, I would look at my content and be like, oh, I'm just bad at audio. I won't worry about that and just work on other things. And, there's a weird thing that happens psychologically, where if you keep telling yourself that and be like, oh, that's just the way things are, that you never get better at it, because you kind of just surrender to that part of yourself. And about 4 years ago, I decided to be like, no, I'm going to actually try to work harder, try to develop more of a narration voice. And it took a while, but I did. And I'm proud of that. So don't worry about any... self-depreciation. I am fine in that regard. Just trying to think if there's anything else I could throw back as feedback. No, I think it's pretty solid. Personally, I've always felt like Ganondorf needs more Warlocky stuff. But I think between the up tilts, the Dead Man's Volley, and just some... I love the down special so much. Just having the... Almost like a... What's the My Hero Academia character's name? Tokiyami. Just having Ganon's shadow just kind of envelop Ganondorf like that. That's so cool. It's so cool. Griefing Golem, what if you're bad at everything? Well, then the first step is to stop telling yourself that. You must be your own biggest ally, and if that isn't the case, that is the first thing to work on. Alright, 1 second, I need to leave a like on this video real quick. I'll subscribe too, I'm interested to see where your channel goes. And then... Okay. I've kind of gone out of order here for what I was originally planning to. I was not expecting to talk that much about Historia. So... Let's grab... I don't want to do... That'd be weird doing that one right. Well, let's do this one. Okay, this was... and boop. Ditto Master refused to be my ally, I must defeat him. You know what? Improvement out of spite is also a thing, and I do sometimes use that as well. I think that's valid. So long as there is growth. That is what really matters at the end of the day. Now then, let's grab this song. From, I don't know if I'm going to say this right. BakiReggie? We have a moveset change for Palutena. Hello everyone, and thank you for accepting to read this document. I am going to remember to share this document at the start. Would you look at that? Duke and everyone else, first off, thank you for being a monthly dose of serotonin for me. Aw, you're welcome. I have been going through a lot of it in the last months, and your videos and lives helped me a lot during this period, not to mention the Discord server that got suggested in the past videos full of wonderful and creative individuals. We are here to gush over happy video ideas, not feel things. Don't make me feel happy emotions. I can't handle that right now. For today, I decided to try to share an old Reddit post I made basically a year ago, regarding a possible reimagination of Palutena's moveset in Smash Bros. This concept is mostly the result of a great passion for the Smash Bros series and for the games we are going to discuss today. Apologies in advance for possible grammar errors and the not great edits and drawings I created for this. Again, all of you people, be your own biggest ally. Like, look at this. That's adorable. Come on. Great artist and game design. We're not even gonna read the self-depreciation. I believe in you. You should start too. About something that could both balanced and fun and faithful representation of one of my favorite video game characters. Let's begin. But first, a little introduction / rant. Along with Little Mac and Ridley, Lady Palutena was the character I wanted the most since the era of Smash 4 speculation. Same, actually, I was in that same boat. After playing Kid Icarus Uprising, which is to this day my favorite video game ever, I was waiting for another Kid Icarus character to join one of my favorite series. And when Palutena showed at the E3, I was really happy, but her moveset was a bit unexpected. Sure, she relied on powers that uses to help picked in the original game and in the multiplayer mode, but most of her specials seemed like an excuse to showcase the custom moves feature, and most importantly, were more focused on quantity over quality. Also, the fact that custom moves were not available online means that she was stuck with a lame reflector, an underwhelming teleport, and one of the most boring counters in Smash history. Ultimate tried to fix this by changing her moves a bit, but instead she is now stuck with Explosive Flare, which looks like a discount Zelda side B, the same teleport Mewtwo has, and a counter whose properties are not only shared with a DLC character, but also with a base game newcomer. I am sure people like to play her, and the overall moveset has some aspect that will remain the same in this redesign, but I feel like her overall design has been basically wasted potential. Yes! Agreed wholeheartedly. The current moveset is not only a mediocre representation of her character, but also a bad representation of the Kid Icarus series. something that is important to represent in a crossover game like Smash Bros, especially when it comes to more obscure franchises. I am ready to bet that if Pit and Palutena had more intriguing movesets, more people would ask for a port or a sequel of Uprising. Because of this aspect, I will try to think of a different way to envision her as a Smash fighter. Feel free to disagree or share your opinions. Showcase her personality and the goddess factor. Oh, that's great. I love that. When we see Palutena in Uprising, it is obvious that her personality does not fit a deity of her caliber. She is quirky, sarcastic, nerdy, a bit of a troll, and also kind of naive and clumsy, making a lot of jokes while acting in an elegant manner. We see some of this behavior in Smash, with her lap dance move and with some of her attacks and taunts. On the other hand, I feel like most of her animations and characterization don't completely capture her personality and the feeling of fighting as a literal goddess. How to fix this? There is a specific type of character present in different fighting games that can be described as that entity so powerful that it treats a fight like a game no matter what. It consists of characters so overpowered in their universe's canon that treat a deadly competition like a silly game whose result means nothing to them, with animations which showcase more relaxed poses, lack of interest, and annoyance at best if defeated. Examples of this type of fighter are Beerus from Dragon Ball FighterZ, Rachel from BlazBlue, Slayer from Guilty Gear, and Elizabeth from Persona 4 Arena. While the definition of canonically overpowered characters is a bit variable in a crossover game like Smash, where the gorilla able to punch the moon can be defeated by a yoga trainer, some of these traits are sort of visible with some of the last Smash oh my gosh, let me just start that one again. Some of these traits are sort of visible with some of the last Smash newcomers. Sephiroth, for example, makes an annoyed extra movement whenever hit by a light attack, as to show how that attack was only able to bother him a little. Since Palutena is a more jokey character, I feel like this type of personality will fit her perfectly. For example, a more relaxed pose can be shown when she is crouching. Her down tilt will mechanically remain the same, but a different visual detail of this kind will lead to a better expression of her character. An idea I've always loved is like, you know those, her glasses? Everyone knows her glasses that have played Persona. I'd love to have her crouch, just be her, like, summoning a lawn chair and just kind of basking in it. As those glasses appear on her face. Like she's sunbathing or something, it'd be hilarious. When she got hit, her face will not express distress, but mostly annoyance. These next melodramatic poses can potentially be her launch animation and unconscious pose when she lays on the ground. I love Slayer's animations so much. I know nothing about the character, but his animations are so good. Or she might scream, "I never learned how to cook!" Or, "How dare you! You broke my nails!" when she's star KO'd. Something different than a distress scream. These small details should reflect how Palutena is just here to have fun, toying with her opponent while dancing around the battlefield. While most of her current normal attacks are elegant and reflect a relaxed state during the match, the more cheerful personality is not well emphasized in her current movesets, and I think that in particular is important for a character like her. Unlike most of the newcomers from Smash 4 and Ultimate, Palutena this time will not have a form of meter, gimmick, and any sort of comeback mechanic. I initially thought about a sort of one-winged angel form for her, though I think that kind of mechanic may better suit a character like Hades or Medusa. Palutena is just here to have fun and enjoy a good match, so the moveset will mostly focus on that and the other aspects of her personality. First, the easy parts. Walk and running animations are fine, so we can keep them as they are. Tilts are also a good series of attacks, where the floaty staff is a really nice touch that is also visually unique. The dash attack will remain the same as well. While the attack for the jab combo will remain the same overall, maybe the animation can be changed to give Palutena more relaxed movement, similar to how DB Dragon Ball FighterZ Beerus pokes the opponent instead of punching them during his light attack. Look at these. How can you not love these animations? Come on. and we can potentially add a little extra taunt at the end of the jab combo, similar to what Incineroar has. Maybe like her hairbrush taunt, or is that an idle animation? Just have that go after the end of the burst of magic from her staff. Aerials. The use of the goddess wings as a smash attack was always really odd to me, but the wings can potentially be implemented in her double jump if we want to keep them around. As for the area attacks, nothing big for a change. We'll just make these moves less OP in order to not make the Nair the core of her winning strategy. Either bring back the Smash 4 version of the neutral aerial, or make it more similar to what Pit has. I would throw out, based on the goal of this moveset, I might consider changing the back air and dash attack, just because those have some real oomph, like she's really trying to hit you with the shield. Just a thought. Grabs, I think Palutena's grabs work just fine. Her grabs will reflect the cheerful attitude of the character and are still able to pack a punch. Maybe the only nitpick we can add is a rainbow-like effect during the grab animation, as reference to the Violet Palm. That'd be nice. Forward, back, and down throw are completely fine. The only one that can be possibly changed is the up throw, which will now look similar to Pit's power to flight. Oh, that's great. I would love this to have, like, insane kill power. Or maybe even, like... Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking, like, what if it was like Kirby's up throw, but Palutena didn't follow? She just kind of points the staff up, points up, they fly up, in, like, past the blast zone, and points down, and they slam back down. It could be really funny. Regardless, like, just imagine this mental image. Like, have a massive character like Bowser right there, and just to go shwoop right off the top of the stage. That'd be so good. Smash attacks. As stated in the previous paragraph, the use of wings for the smash attacks is a bit weird, considering they have never really been an important aspect of Palutena's design, and she doesn't even use them in her home series. In my personal opinion, the smash attack should be the best way to showcase that Palutena is so powerful that she can kill her opponents even by doing dumb things. So while the up smash will remain relatively the same, because it is a really amazing move on its own, the other two will be changed in favor of this design choice. Down smash becomes a flashier version of her side taunt. Palutena spins around her staff, trapping her opponents similar to Pikachu's down smash as she pushes them away while making a striking pose. That's hilarious. She murders you with pole dancing. And that works, that sells her concept. And the forward smash is now changed to a really mundane move that Palutena can do. Following the logic behind the overmentioned Beerus or Elizabeth, an everyday boring action can result in a devastating attack if done by a powerful deity, and an effective way to show the power of a god. So for her smash attack, Palutena will create a little light explosion by snapping her fingers in front of her, or creating the same explosion while sneezing. As a reference to Chapter 13 of Uprising, where one of her sneezes literally makes meteors fall from the sky. I would never. A strong sneeze is the sign of a strong spirit. The animation in the frames of the sneeze can be similar to her current forward smash, so potentially just replace the wing hitboxes with a more cartoony effect to replace the sneeze. I love that so much. Again, this forward smash purpose may be too silly, even for Kid Icarus' character, and can potentially be replaced with something a bit more serious. As I said before, a forward smash where Palutena snaps her fingers to create an explosion in front of her is also a great alternative. Nah, keep the sneeze! Like, that's such a niche but great reference, and it'd also just be make it look like she's powering up for the attack, but then she just sneezes and it explodes. Like, have the wind-up be super imposing, and then just a shoo, and just death. That'd be so good. My personal opinion, what's passive? Okay. For, like, Link stuff. should be a must-have for every character that wields a shield, not just Hero and Lynx. This ability will fit especially Palutena, since it kind of makes sense for a goddess to be able to simply block an incoming projectile while standing still. Maybe we can add a simple visual effect which resembles the barriers created by the goddess during the Smash trailers. This barrier will not have additional effects, it will only show up for a second to block an upcoming projectile. It will basically be a harmless visual detail. I'm kind of oh my gosh, words, English, come back to me. I'm picturing a visual and sound effect kind of like what happens when you hit Miracle Matter with an ability that it doesn't damage it in Kirby 64. Something like that, like she's slowly drifting towards you and just everything hitting her is just bouncing off easily. That'd be neat. Yes! One of Palutena's taunts has to feature the nerdy glasses. It's the best way to showcase her personality, and it is criminal that is not already a thing. Especially because Lucina's mask is a taunt as well. I wish it was a toggle. Both her mask and the glasses. Palutena will wear the glasses and say, "I can see your ignorance," making it one of the best taunts in Smash Bros history. Like, how can you not? Sakurai, you made this character the way she was. Why? It's perfect. I suppose the "you shall be purified" taunt is fine and can be kept the same, while the "ready when you are" line can be replaced with another one of the many iconic quotes from Uprising. Here's some examples below. Of course I would. That's part of the goddess job description. You gotta say upbeat, upbeat, upbeat. Every warrior knows that cowardice is the foundation upon which victory is built. The special moves. Now it's time for the tough part. The special moves. When Palutena joined the battle in the 4th installment of the series, she had 12 special moves. Some were good, some were just okay. For this reimagination, none of the previous moves will come back, which, with the exception of an auto reticle, which that will still be changed a bit. The reason is simple. While these special moves are based on powers that Palutena has, and are part of both the story mode and multiplayer mode of Uprising, most of them look and feel really generic, both in name, appearance, and functionality. As the name suggests, special moves should be special, and should capture the essence of the character. So, I will try to create a pool of special moves that not only resembles what Palutena does in Uprising, specifically her boss fight from Chapter 20, and maintain the identity of the character, but also a set of tools that fits the idea of a goddess that plays with her opponents with attacks that will both look strategic and kinda silly. Neutral special. Light Reticle / Light Emblem. Auto Reticle is kind of a good move for Palutena. It's something she can technically do, it shows the power of the staff, and it resembles one of her attacks in her Uprising boss fight. Of all the special moves she already has, I think this special is the one that will remain more similar to the neutral B from Smash Ultimate. But why change it? Well, first of all, I feel like the name is kinda dumb. I'd agree with that. Second, I thought of a way to make the attack a bit more interesting while still making it balanced. Pressing the B button rapidly will make the move Light Reticle, which will basically keep the move the exact same as the neutral special in Ultimate. But if the B button is pressed while standing still, the move will become Light Emblem, similar to how Sephiroth can activate Giga Flare instead of Flare. This looks like the Nehru's Pearl in Wind Waker. I think Nehru's Pearl has one more arc. Looks good, I like it. Light Emblem will function in this way. Instead of summoning 3 light projectiles, Palutena will create a sort of ethereal orb of light, which resembles the emblem of Skyward in Uprising. Similar to an attack taken from a boss fight, this orb will travel in a straight line, shooting slower but stronger projectiles in more than one direction. Those projectiles will not follow the opponent like their weaker variant, but they can act as a good distraction to keep the opponent in check or as a good option for edge guarding. Palutena is able to move while the light emblem is active, so this orb is a good option for trapping opponents or for possible damaging options. This is a really good idea. Like, a great way of showing off power, or just regalness in general, is to like summon ads to do your fighting for you, which is kind of what this is doing. The creation of the orb leaves Palutena vulnerable for a short amount of time, and the orb can be both destroyed by regular attacks or reflected. The orb remains on the battlefield for a bunch of seconds, and while it takes time, it can also be summoned in the air. Light Reticle can still be used if the orb is summoned, although the orb will now disappear and need to be created again, leading to less options for zoning. Also keep in mind that this will be the only 2 actual projectile tools in Palutena's moveset, and this is because Explosive Flame will be substituted. Alright. Side special, Centurion Strong Arm Thrust. Explosive Flame is one of the Palutena's best moves, so people will probably be upset if it was to be removed. Still, I always thought it is too similar to Din's Fire, which is already a move that feels a bit uninspired. So here's my idea for a replacement. Peach has Toad, Zelda has Phantom, Rosalina got Lumas, Bowser Jr. has the Mecha Koopas, DDD has Gordos and Waddle Dees. The use of minions and jobbers in a moveset is one of the best methods to solidify a figure of royalty/divinity in a fighting game. This does mean that this isn't just like a suplex from Palutena, but that's okay. This is solid. Unless a king prefers to lead a battle on his own, like Bowser or Ganon, most leaders will likely use some of their underlings to gain support. And using underlings is sort of Palutena's thing, since she mostly relies on Pit during the missions. But since both the angels are playable in Smash, the best alternative is the use of a Centurion, the royal servant of Palutena's army and important ally since the NES Kid Icarus. And there he is. While the regular Centurion is more iconic and may be a better option, I feel like we should not add another type of projectile to Palutena's arsenal. Not to mention that the arrow-shaped projectile of the Centurion may look too similar to the one that Link, Pit, and a bunch of other characters already have. So I decided to include the Strong Arm Soldier, the muscular variant that will create an interesting concept for a... Please say this is like Incineroar's grab, like you just send him back and he just grabs him and like chucks him. He's a chuckster. This is not relevant to the moveset, but I just want to point out that these Centurions have a cute chibi tattoo of the goddess on their... Aww, they totally do! That's adorable! I love that! With this special, Palutena will create a light energy in front of her that summons a Strong Arm Centurion, similar to how Zelda summons the Phantom. The function of the Centurion is basically one of an... Yes! Exactly! Imagine this guy as a sort of slower Incineroar. Once summoned by the goddess, he will sprint forward, grabbing an opponent on his way similar to Incineroar's Alolan Whip. Then, depending on the direction of the left stick, he will throw the opponent behind him, above him, or he will punch it forward. Use the first option to bring the enemy closer to Palutena and start combos of some sort. The second option to throw it into the air for specific setups or strategies. And the third option to push the opponent far from you, or as a possible weak kill option. That's great! I love this. While the power of the throw is not very strong, since canonically the Centurions are not great fighters, it will allow the set to set the opponent in different positions, letting Palutena to either hit them, start a combo, or launch them closer to the blast zone. So while not a great kill option, the Centurion is a great tool for positioning an opponent or to follow a specific strategy, something that will reflect the strategic nature of the goddess and the whole idea of her playing with her foes. Just like Phantom, the Centurion has HP and can be killed. If that is the case, Palutena will just have to wait a bit before being able to use side B again. A special Celestial Ascension. To be fair, I am not the biggest fan of warp moves, like Mewtwo's, Zelda's, and Palutena's up B. I suppose it fits the character so it can remain the same, but I'll try to push an alternative here anyway. With Celestial Ascension, Palutena will hold the staff above her and rise up in a vertical angle, while surrounded by a beam of light. This move will not only be a good parallel to Pit, but it will also reference 3 things. The way Pit returns to base after a chapter in Uprising, one of the attacks in Palutena's boss fight, and a mix between the moves Rocket Jump and Heavenly Light from Smash 4. The beam that surrounds Palutena will have incredible launch power at the very beginning of the move, but it will slightly push enemies away, sort of similar to Greninja's Hydro Pump on the way upward. Palutena can still be hit during this move, though the opponent will take a bit of passive damage because of the light. Mechanically speaking, consider this move as a mix between the two custom moves of Pit's up special that were featured in Smash 4. This means that the move can be potentially used in two ways, both as a powerful attack at takeoff, which can KO foes easily, so an effective kill option, or a weak wind effect that can be used to slightly push opponents away, offering a potentially cheesy KO option, especially offstage. It's kind of a mix of all of them. Nice, I like it. Down special is Cover Your Eyes. Palutena has one of the most boring counters in Smash Bros, and that says a lot. Especially considering that she can do so much more than just a Fire Emblem-like counter. But although I will donate my candy to bring back the Celestial Firework, because that move is simply kinda funny, I cannot deny that a sort of defensive mechanic will fit her character way better. So what if we keep her a sort of countermeasure while making a move that resembles what she has in the Kid Icarus games? In her boss fight, Palutena sometimes raises her shield and screams, "Cover your eyes!" Then unleashes a light that covers the screen and can blind Pit for a while, if he is near enough. This will be the inspiration behind the new down B. Palutena raises her shield in the direction she is facing. If the opponent hits her in that instant, the shield will glow while a flash of light will cover the screen, literally stunning the opponent. This attack will not function if the opponent is behind her, making this move a counter similar to Sephiroth, with an effect similar to Mewtwo's down B. The attack will allow Palutena to keep her opponents in check for a second or two, both in the air and on the ground, as long as they are facing in her direction. Otherwise, they will just be pushed a little forward. The opponent is blocked depending on how much damage they took, allowing Palutena to attack them how she wants, either by summoning the Centurion, charging a smash attack, or creating the light emblem. And the final smash is Divine Intervention. Roll a D100, and if you roll lower than your level, you get your god power. I think we can all agree that Black Hole Mega Laser is one of the worst Final Smashes ever made. I would agree with that. I'd argue that it's even worse than Mario's. I wouldn't go that far, but it's definitely like bottom 10. It references little to nothing, it is not visually appealing, it even sounds uninspired. And it doesn't even look right on Palutena either. The goddess is even off-screen during the move. So here's my plan. We bring back the idea behind Pit's Final Smash from Brawl and make it a bit flashier. It would make sense for the goddess to summon the Army of Light to unleash her final attack. Palutena will start the attack by summoning a portal in front of her, similar to Mega Man's Final Smash. The opponents that are sucked in will be part of a cinematic, in which they will look above them and witness the image of Palutena surrounded by an entire army of Centurions. Imagine a shot similar to the beginning of Sephiroth's Final Smash. I need some more water. I've been talking a lot. 1 second. Alright, where was I? Sephiroth's Final Smash. The soldiers will open fire with a long series of arrows, only for Palutena to finish the cinematic with a giant laser similar to the Super Glam Blaster, the laser used down to take down Hydra in Chapter 3 Uprising. Like, just to sell how bad Black Hole Mega Laser was, she could literally just shout Super Glam Blaster. It would be so much better, and it would basically be the exact same move. Like, just shout it out like a Pokemon would fit her so well. While the green hair is iconic, the fact that their hair does not change color in the alt is really weird. Especially because that is the case for other long-haired characters like Mithra or Corrin. So the color variations this time will be more varied in reference to other Kid Icarus characters. Here are some examples below, including the colors based on Pit, Pandora, Dark Pit, Hades, Phosphora, Medusa, and Viridi. Other possible colors could be based on Pseudo Palutena, or even the classic NES version of the goddess. Yeah, so Pit, Pandora, Dark Pit, Hades? I think that's Hades. Phosphora, Medusa, and Verity. And these look great! Shout out to Dwee Bunny on Tumblr. Victor animations, nothing big for a change here. The Victor animations she has already are great. We might just add the glasses to one of these and we're good to go. Oh my gosh, I just noticed them! Like, just this alone makes your character in Smash Bros. So much better. It's goofy, and it just shows that she's not taking this seriously. I love that. Once around, a stage rework. Palutena's Temple is often considered one of the worst stages in Ultimate. Yes. Salvageable for two main things. Aesthetically, it's pleasing to look at, and Palutena's guidance adds a lot of charm. Outside of that, it just looks like a bad scrapped section of Subspace or Smash Run. True, true. Oh yeah, this is... Oh, that's a mod? I want that mod. That's awesome. But yeah, shoutouts to A Salazar. Laser. I don't know. It's so big and hard to navigate that devs had to put on hazards from Stage Builder, including random spikes and springs to make it suitable for battle. So since I was trying to reimagine a better Palutena Smash moveset, might as well try to rethink her stage. Number 1, keep the stage large, but make it smaller. Using Zelda's Temple as a comparison. Remove all the dumb hazards, because they're dumb, agreed. And make something similar to what Temple has, while still keeping the structure different enough. Have an open section at the top, a left area closed to the blast zone, but also receive platforms at the bottom left and a Fight Club section in the bottom right. Yeah, I like this. Like, the references are obvious, but it's different enough that it still feels unique compared to Temple. Blue sections are the actual platforms, while the rest of the stage is just background elements. Yeah, look at that. Don't think we really need a big, unique gimmick for a stage like this, considering all the work behind Palutena's guidance. But if you have to pick another hazard... Oh... even just, like, letting him just be in Palutena's guidance would be enough. One of the most criminally underutilized characters in Nintendo history. Hades, as a background hazard, will not only shoot dangerous lasers on the battlefield, but he will also literally play with the fourth wall to mess up with the fighters, literally grabbing characters to drag them away, or pushing the stage up and down. Like, definitely make him toggleable, but that would be so good. Conclusions. Honestly, I can keep on discussing this subject, as well as other bizarre aspects about the representation of takers in Smash. The underwhelming moveset of Pit and Patu, the fact that Magnus is no longer an assist... Right, he's not! Huh. That is weird. Hope we'll stop here today. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and always, with the amazing work, feel free to share this work online, suggest some changes and critiques to these ideas. And then one more adorable little drawing to round things off. That was delightful! Thank you, Baki. Don't know why I turned you into a monster on a monster there for a second. I love the idea behind the Centurion Strongarm. Because one of the best ways to show off power is the ability to force your... to take control away from your opponent. That's why a lot of villain characters in Smash Bros. Have command grabs. Like Bowser's side special, Ganondorf's side special. Sephiroth's side special isn't a grab, but it forces your opponent to react to it. Stuff like that. And this is another great and interesting way of doing that. Not only that, it would be fun to use. Like, I'm just picturing sending this out and then charging an up special to just have the Centurion throw the opponent backwards and immediately blast them into the stratosphere. Special mention to the up throw, because, like, come on, that's just hilarious. I think the only real feedback I could throw out is I do think there's a few more moves that could be changed to be a little closer to this design goal. The shield bashes in particular. But even then, like, this is pretty solid. Definitely wouldn't be the F tier character she is right now in Smash Brothers in terms of design. Also I really like this idea of just the mobile turret you summon and throw out, and people just kind of have to deal with it. Kind of follows that same term of just throwing something out that people have to deal with. It's a good way of showcasing power. Well done. I liked it a lot. Alrighty. Oh gosh, we've been going 3 hours, and I think I still have 2 more to go through. Okay. Gotta start getting through these. I believe we have 2 more Smash movesets. Let's grab this one. Boop. And boop. Get that over here. One of the most bizarre characters I've seen requested as just a very much a who? Really? But I'm interested to see how this goes. Yeah, share it in the chat real quick. So let's talk about Brutals. This was idea 6, right? Yeah. Topper from EC. Topper is the leader of a group known as the Brutals, who serve as the secondary antagonists of Super Mario Odyssey. They are tasked with planning Bowser and Peach's totally not first wedding, and they do their job quite well, if you ignore the fact that they stole artifacts from other kingdoms for the wedding. They are very dedicated to their jobs, for better or for worse, and they certainly don't take kindly to some pesky, goody-goody plumber getting in their way of their plans. They have a few scuffles with Mario throughout the game, as individuals and as a group. Naturally, Mario comes out on top, but today we will explore the possibility of Topper having a rematch with a red-clad hero in Super Smash Bros. Okay. Why Topper? AC has been a Smash speculator and moveset designer for years now, and they don't know if they're the only one that thinks this, but sometimes they can't help play games or even watch a movie or show without thinking of a certain character in that game / movie / show's potential as a Smash fighter. Naturally, it's led to interesting ideas for characters, some of which I end up rolling with and making into full concepts. Topper is an example of this, as I believe I started conceptualizing moves for him while I was going through Super Mario Odyssey. Something about his hat-based weaponry intrigued me, and even today that intrigue still hasn't worn off. Plus, I really like boss characters. They become the fighters I play the most in Smash, and they make moveset designs easy since you already have at least a few attacks to go off of. Alright. Inspiration-wise, how would Topper fight? He has a seemingly infinite number of top hats to work with, and while we could potentially come up with moves based on that premise alone, I have a more fun proposal in mind. Instead, we're gonna load Topper's hats with tons of gadgets for him to use in battle, so picture it as a more fashionable version of Bowser Jr.'s Koopa Clown Car. I think this idea would fit quite well since other bosses take advantage of such a concept, such as Bowser's hat having mechanical boxing gloves installed into it, or Rango, a fellow Brutal, pulling a Kung Lao and having saw blades attached to the rim of his hat. Solid concept, I like it. Now, as for which gadgets to implement, we're going to be using a lot of sources to make Topper's hat a true Swiss Army knife headwear. We'll be incorporating gadgets based on the weaponry of his fellow Brutals, including Madame Brood, Bowser, and even Mario himself with the various captures he uses throughout the game. Nice! Topper will always start the fight wearing only one hat. However, he can stack up to 2 additional hats on his head via a move I will explain later. The additional headwear makes him heavier and increases the range of some of his attacks. If they get highlighted, it'll sorry, lots of talking. If they're highlighted, they get a range boost. Attacks that only hit the hats do less damage and knockback, which is much like how Bowser Jr. takes less damage when attacking through the Koopa Clown Car. Sorry, I'm starting to lose stamina here. Let me get some more water. Ah. English words. They escape me. Average TF2 player. Make him a guest in TF2. It'd fit. Any damage dealt to the second hat is carried over when Topper stacks another hat on top. Also, you can only damage the hat at the top. Topper cannot lose his main hat, i.e. the one he starts with. His third hat can take 20%, his second hat can take 40% before it's knocked off. And he gets heavy. I love the idea of stacking hats on top of yourself and getting progressively heavier by doing so. That's funny. Changing the design. Alright, so changing his design a bit. I'm gonna start skimming things just tiny bits. Just to get through all this. So we're gonna change up his design to kind of mesh with the more robo-based headwear. And I'm zooming on this picture a little bit more. It's a bit hard to see with a preview. You can kind of see it there. Kind of based off of the Robo Brew here. Make it more mechanical. It's a mecha hat. Topper is a fighter based on zoning and stage control, with moves that would consist of many disjointed attacks as well as projectiles and traps. Not to mention his gimmick helping with the zoning part. He would be better off fighting at a distance and setting hazards for his opponents to try to overcome. However, he is very light and can be knocked out easily to compensate even when he has the max amount of hats. Plus, he isn't very fast either. Animation-wise, he tried to conduct himself as professionally as possible, but it is a cartoon bunny in a green suit and mechanically advanced hat with tons of goofy weaponry. So naturally, there will be some goofiness to spare. Most of his attack animations would consist of him doing command poses while his hat takes care of the rest, or bracing himself for impact when things get a bit more up close. When he gets hit, however, I imagine the silliness would amp up with some of his expressions. The image down below, ones on the far left and far right, just kind of surprising expressions come to mind. And also, since his hat is now kind of sentient, I think it's being able to emote alongside Topper would be kind of a neat touch to parallel Mario and Cappy's relationship to Odyssey. Okay, you're kind of starting to sell me with this now. Kind of making him the Odyssey character instead of just himself. Like that, you got something going here, and I'm kind of liking it. It wouldn't be as expressive as something like the Koopa Clown Car, but it would work nonetheless. Maybe just have the eyes and the eyebrows move a bit or something. I'm going to be showing illustrations for each of these. Oh, can I? No, I can't change this. I almost want to make this, like, increase the contrast a little bit to make this a little easier to see. He apparently we're having this demonstrated by his low-budget cousin, Flopper. I love it. Alright, standard attack. 2 punches followed by a barrage of jabs, all from the boxing gloves. I can't really zoom like that. It's too hard to see. There we go. Okay. Hat vision with an uppercut. Since very much off of Bowser's hat in Super Mario Odyssey. Just a 1-2 punch with a barrage of attacks, kind of like Bowser Jr.'s as well. Dash attack. This is one of the ones that change with more hats. Whereas that one does not. Okay. Spins forward while completely sheltered by his hat. The attack comes straight from Topper's boss fights. So it just pops into the hat and spins forward. You have more hats on top of you, the higher vertical reach it has. Nice. You can hear him mumbling from inside the hat. That's a nice touch. Side tilt, a thinner cannon comes out of the main hat, like the tank. A solid kill option for a tilt, but it comes out rather slowly while being with a bit of impact. That's very Inspector Gadget. I love it. Up tilt does an upward headbutt. He boosts himself upward using 4 new vines that come out from under the hat, which are just for visual flair and cannot do damage. It's a great anti-air and can combo with itself at lower percentages. However, it has barely any horizontal reach apart from the hats, Also have a sweet spot at the tip of the ears on the hat that deals more damage. Kind of based off of uproots, and of course, the higher the hats are stacked, the more damage they do. Or the more reach they have, sorry. Down tilt has a mechanical claw holding the hammer come out and swing the hammer down. It's a hammer bro hammer. Nice. Forward smash bends over as the top of his final hat opens up. Out of it comes a chain chomp that charges forward and rams anyone in range. Okay, yeah, this is just great. I'm loving this. Fantastic range on par with the Corrin, or with the Corrin. Okay. With Corrin or maybe even the Belmonts, and is super powerful at the cost of poor start and end lag. That's just a fun mental image. Just a rabbit, like, getting on all fours, his hat opening up, and a chain chomp just firing outwards to chomp down on you. That's great. Up smash, the top of his hat forms into a spark pylon that sends an electric current upward. Forms into a big electric orb at the peak. The orb deals multiple hits before launching with a final burst of electricity. Sounds like, is that Rain Dog's up special or down special? I think it's up. And if you have more hats, it fires up further. Good vertical range, but poor startup. And then down smash. He spins horizontally in place multiple times in a very similar way to Wario's down smash. If they make contact with his body, they will deal small flinching damage, while those that get hit by the hats will be dealt with more damage. Horizontal range is decent compared to the forward smash, and has the added benefit of having more opportunities to hit an opponent. However, out of all the smash attacks, it does the least damage and knockback out of, even if it's still a solid kill move. I would love for this to be centered on Topper's body, so that the more hats that you have stacked on top of it, like, it becomes like way more of a wrecking ball in that way. Like, it actually increases the range of the move instead of, like, centering it in wherever the center of gravity is between the hats and his feet. Neutral air, taking shelter in the main hat as it spawns saw blades around it. Based off of Rengo's attacks, nice. A lot like Piranha Plant and Ivysaur's neutral air. Forward air spits a beak out of it. The hat, based off of the, apparently these are called Pokios? That's adorable. I love those names. Back air has a bullet bill thruster come out the back and blast out fire. Kind of propels Topper forward a little bit like Rob's back air, a very reliable kill option. Nice. That'd be a fun one to change with multiple hats, just have thrusters come out of all three, and have the thrusters push him further depending on how many there are. Just an idea. But I feel like with an idea like this, the more that attacks have like multiple functions based on how many hats there are, the better. This would just be funny. Just have a rabbit like being pulled to the side by multiple jet boosters coming out of his hat. Up air has two jets of water spawn out of the brim, similar to up tilt for visual flare, and boosting Topper slightly upwards to headbutt opponents. So the water is fired down, but the attack is going upward as a headbutt. Okay. Simply for visual flare. Okay, that would be funny if that wasn't for visual flare. Like, just a weaker version of Squirtle's neutral special. You can just kind of just push people down. I don't know, just a thought. But I am really... Sorry. Lots of talking. Okay, more water. I'm good. Down air, while upside down, the top of his hat opens up and out comes a lava bubble as a projectile. I love how wacky all of this is. Like, none of this would fit in the hat, like, individually. But the crazier this is, I feel like the better it is. Just fully embracing the Inspector Gadget nature of all of this. There we go. Goes downward a short distance while above the final hat before evaporating. Solid vertical range with decent knockback and knockback. With decent damage and knockback. He actually grabs opponents himself. Pummel, he will actually headbutt them. Forward throw shoulder bashes. Back throw is a circle throw. Alrighty. Throw is a lot like Kirby's. Jumps up and slams him back into the ground. And down throw, he jumps up on them and stomps on them. I will say the physical throws feel a bit out of place with the general wackiness of the rest of the moveset. Like, I also do kind of love the well-dressed bunny, like, getting full-on fisticuffs when he actually has to grab somebody. Like, it's not bad, it's just an interesting, what's the word I'm looking for? I've been speaking for 3 hours. My internal thesaurus is dead. Dichotomy? Why was that the first one to pop into my head? Clash, sure. An interesting clash of design. Neutral special. Hat throw / hat spawn. At the press of a button, Topper spins a hat on top of his head and slides it along the ground. It's a projectile affected by gravity that does small flinching damage. You can only have one hat out at a time. If you try to send out another hat, it won't do anything. If you hold it, he will stack the hats on top of his head. Okay. So I'm assuming you can have one hat out at a time, while also having the two stacked on top of his initial hat. Side special is Hat Bomb. Topper's hat cannon shoots out a spiked bomb that travels at an arc before landing on a surface. Once it lands, it will start flashing red for a bit and then unleash a pretty powerful and decently sized explosion that can also hurt Topper himself. It will explode automatically if it makes contact with anything else before it lands, and it can be deflected by attacking it with how far, depending on how powerful the attack is, like with DD's Gordo, that would be a lot heavier. Using purely physical moves that do small flinching damage, this attack is based on the bombs that Harriet chucks forward in her boss fights. Like so. Up special is Trampoline Hat. Spawns a hat below him which he bounces off of to gain quite a bit of height. That's kind of like... Yeah, it says so later, like how Mario will bounce off of their hats to get a boost. Gives him great vertical height. He can also gain a bit of horizontal momentum by pressing left or right on the control stick. Does not put him into free fall, but it also doesn't hurt anybody. Okay. And down special is Hat Spew. His hat spews out toxic goop that lands in the puddle on a surface. Anyone on the puddle will have be damaged slowly, but surely accumulate as well as the movement speed slowed. Even jumping being slightly delayed. If anyone makes contact with a goop before it lands, they will be covered in that goop for a bit, but only half their damage accumulates solely. This attack is based on the toxic goop that Speedbird can spit out on his boss fights. And then Spinal Fash. Wow! You guys hear that one? Spinal Fash. This is... Consistent narration is hard. Okay. More water. Clearly in order. The final smash is the Robo Brood. Topper calls out the other Broodals to help ambush anyone in range. Any poor suckers who are hit will get taken to a cutscene on top of the Rabbit Ridge Tower in Super Mario Odyssey, which is where the Broodals live. The opponent is lying down with Topper and his fellow Broodals piloting the Robo Brood. Topper looks down at the trapped fighters and points at them laughing. The Robo Brood turns its head and then steps on the opponents, ending the cutscene. Just a good old stomp and end. Skins, default is obvious. A purple for Harriet, an orange for Rango, blue for Speedbirds, red for Madame Brood, pure white for Bowser, golden for Brood's chain chomps, and just a good old regular black and white suit. Entrance is him jumping off the Broodal's airship. Kirby, oh my gosh! Okay, I'm zooming in on this one. I'll move the... Look at that! Oh, that's so good! I love him! I love him so much! This boxing ring title is the Hat Stacking Robot. Idle animations, he just adjusts his bow tie, tips his hat. Up taunt has him hop a few times while chuckling. Side taunt spawns a hat on his finger and twirls it. And down taunt, his final hat opens and a frog comes out, startling Topper before bouncing away. Victory animations, he polishes his hat with the sleeve, kisses it, and then puts it on his head and poses. His second is he punches the air along with a robotic boxing glove. Then both gloves raise themselves up while Topper does a little flex. That's hilarious. And then one celebrating with the rest of the Brutals. Nice. Friendship edit with Ness and Lucas. Now Topper is my best friend. And lastly, he has a different losing animation. He has no hats. No, he lost his hat? No! It's Michelangelo's losing animation from Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl. Quite dazed as his eyes continue to bleed roll. So his damage animation. Nice! Ooh, cut ideas! I love cut ideas! Originally, like half the moves were mechanical boxing glove punches. I definitely love the Inspector Gadget idea more. Like, that would have worked fine, but that's like taking the one fight with Bowser and that's it, where this is both a mix of everything from Odyssey as well as just some fun original ideas. Their idea was having him do tricks and moves with his hats, like tossing it in an arc. That could work, but that gets weird once he has multiple hats. Trailer conclusion. EC really likes the Brutals. While you could simply boil them down to mammal Koopalings, and unfortunately not be wrong for saying that, I'm still glad that Nintendo came up with uniquely designed characters instead of just using other recurring baddies like Bowser Jr. 3D Mario games offer such unique and interesting characters, and Odyssey is no exception. I'd love to see the Brutals appear more often, and that desire has only grown since designing this moveset. Sadly though, it seems Pauline is the shining star from that game, and in terms of Smash, there is certainly no shortage of Mario characters that can make an appearance, with such examples being Waluigi, Toad, and Geno. Despite that, I will continue to hope that Nintendo keeps the Brutals around, so that maybe that one day they can be featured in such a grand event. Thank you very much for reading. This is AC, signing off. I did not expect to love that as much as I did. That was genuinely well thought out of, and creates an interesting and unique character. I think the only bit of criticism I have is just that I want to stack more hats. Like, that's such a hilarious concept that I feel only gets better the more hats you try to stack up on him. Like, to just take the... just take this table of just being, okay, it takes 40% damage to knock off the second hat, 20% to knock off the third, and just keep going with that, like half to half to half to half, till eventually you can just knock off a bunch of hats with no effort whatsoever. It might be overpowered, but it would be so funny. Like, just picture Undertale stacking to hot dog levels of just this Brutal having 10 hats stacked on top of his head. It would be stupid, but it would be glorious. But yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. Especially with him gaining more weight with every hat. I would love to live in a world where Topper is technically the heaviest character in the game, but only when he's struggling to keep a huge stack of hats on top of his head. Alright. And with that, there's only one more to go. Now again, I have to throw out this disclaimer that this is technically two concepts in one. You just put them in the same documents. However, they're all very, very short, and they all have GIFs alongside them, so they're very quick to go through. So I will allow it to slide this time, but just... I'm on to you guys. This is kinda cheating, but I'll let it slide. Maximum attitude, yes. Alright, so let's grab this. It's kind of funny that we had two concepts for the same character. I always love it when that happens, just seeing how different people approach a similar idea. For our last one of the day, we have a GummDealer with his idea for both Ganondorf and Samus. So, hold on, let me move this screen a little bit better. That's not quite showing me. There we go. Alright. Okay, to start off, we just got the basic version, using the sword, palette swaps. The goal here, by GummDealer, was to expand on how Ganondorf currently plays by using his main weapon as his moveset's focal point, while still appealing to the player base he already has. His weight has not changed, his walk speed is a little faster, his dash is a little slower. I don't know if... Okay, immediate feedback. I'd highlight these either green or red to determine if they are better or worse. I'm also going to remember to share this right now. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Our animation stage entrance is still the same. Stance is him soling out the sword to the side. Idle stance has... I've always loved this animation right here. It's just a bit of that, unexplored, kind of cursed side of Ganondorf. It's nice. Battle 2 is still the examining the sword. Walk is the same as Twilight Princess. One has him sprinting forward at the ready. Crouch has him kneeling with his sword. That's nice. I like that mental image of his crouch like that. Jumps like he does in Wind Waker. Dodges with a flip. See, it's nice to end off with something like this because I can just let the gifts talk for me. And shielding braces himself with the sword. Alright, jab. 2-bar jab that starts with a horizontal slash to the left and then finishes with a horizontal slash to the right. Based off an attack from Ganondorf's boss fight in Twilight Princess. Dashes the Iron Shoulder, because of course it works decently well for him. Side tilt is the bash and slash. Forceful elbow thrust and then spinning horizontal backhand. Up tilt is volcanic. Ooh! Okay. So kind of trying to keep the spirit of the original up tilt, but making it in more of a way that makes sense. Spinning the sword above you and slamming it into the ground as an explosion. I like that. That's a nice way of trying to keep how it currently works while making it actually like make sense for the character. Down tilt is a blade sweep. Side smash is what it currently is. Up smash is what it currently is, and the down smash is as well. Neutral air is the Malice Burst, kind of like Mewtwo's neutral air. Alright. Forward air is a downward slash in front of him. Back air is a cape flip. Looks like it does originally, but his cape actually has extra weaker hitbox. I would love to see someone gimp somebody with just Ganondorf's cape. That would really be funny. Up air is a skyward slash. Down air is swing downwards. So this is very much a concept of the super-powered sword-wielding Ganondorf. I've seen a few mods like that. He's such a fascinating character because you can do so much with him and all of it feels like it works, but it's hard to cover all that ground at once. What's the background music? I believe this is Silent Guardians, right? Yeah. This is the Silent Guardians theme from Hyrule Warriors. Throws are the same. Here's a kick. I will say that if you're going with the super-powered Swordmaster, keeping the throws kind of the same does feel a little bit of a wasted opportunity. But it still works. Sends him upward with that, like that mod. And down throw is a broken gift, but he grabs people and stomps on them. Neutral special is the Dead Man Volley because, of course, it always has to be. Because, like, how could you not? So that special is still the Flame Trope. Up special is a Rising Slash. Alright. Or similar to Toonley's custom special. And then down special is Warlock's Wrath. Channels. Oh, okay. So it's like the mod kind of channels and then slams down for insane damage. And Final Smash is still Ganon. So floats in the air, goes into a ball. Second is he flips his cape and pumps his fist, showing the Triforce's power. It's weird to me that none of the Zelda characters have a taunt where they show off the Triforce. Like, they have animations that kind of showcase it. But you'd think that it'd be a higher, like, a bigger priority to highlight, right? I don't know. Taunt 3 has him thrusting his sword into the ground. It's a very... How would I put this? I guess I don't mean this as an insult, but a very vanilla way of like improving Ganondorf. Just taking, okay, he has a sword, let's make him the super powerful sword master. Which like does work. I do think that's a little better than what he has right now. Like, there's a reason that people have made mods with Ganondorf's sword like this. It's good. It's good. Oh, jeez. Okay, this is 3 concepts in one. Come on. Like, you're pushing your luck, buddy. You're pushing your luck. Jab that starts with a horizontal. You know, we'll cover both of Ganondorf's. I think I'm going to skip on Samus's for now because three entire movesets feels a bit too much. I still want this to be fair for other submitters. Alright, so we got a 2-part slash attack, left to right, based off of the link between worlds. Iron Shoulder is still his dash attack. It really does work nicely as a dash attack, right? He doesn't need to use a weapon. He just charges through with an Iron Shoulder. Side tilt is a piercing stab, because of course. Down tilt is a rising slash. Down tilt is a thrust. Side smash is dark banishment. Does a powerful downward swing with his trident in front of him, making a lightning explosion. Nice. Sorry I'm not giving much feedback here. It's kind of just easy to just watch the animation and go through it. That's why I'm being a little more quiet here. Also because I'm tired. I will admit. Up smash is a repelling spin. Just spins horizontally overhead. And down smash is a dark imp. I think, like, there's obviously bigger moves he should have, but I think this is the move that's annoys me the most that he doesn't have in Smash for now, because this looks so satisfying to use. Just charging up and punching the ground and just having the entire floor caving around you. It's so cool. Controller is still mouse burst. It still works. I will say it does kind of defeat the purpose of having a different weapon if the attack is still the same, regardless. Like, it still works for him. But, like, maybe make the forward arrow a burst of magic or something like that. Like, actually put the trident to the side and, like, send it out of his hand or something. I don't know. There's lots of ways to diversify him. That guard being a stab works fine. Another spin for the aerial version. Alright. Down air throws his trident down in a down angle with some much force that carries him with it. Very nice. Grabs are the same. Okay. Now I do have to say, having grabs with a weapon that is literally designed to grab people, like, again, this does work. It showcases Ganondorf's power well, but I feel like when you want to sell a character's power, the grabs are some of the best way to do it. Like, what happens when a character gets their hands on you and they're just at their mercy? Like, throw some magic bursts at the end of that kick or something like that. That's all I'm saying. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's just try an upward for the up throw. And the same down throw. Alright. Side special is the Dead Man's Follow, because again, it does have to be. Side special is still Flame Choke. Up special is the Trident Warp. As it should be. It's a fun move that I feel like, how is something like that not in the game yet? Where you, like, throw out a projectile that you can kind of... Well, okay, fair enough. I guess Snake's Nikita is in the game. But as like a recovery move. That'd be so cool. And then down special once more is Warlock's Wrath. He does need some kind of move like that that just does insane damage and sends them flying. And then Final Smash is still Ganon. Same victory poses, and then we'll save Samus for another day. You can submit Samus. I guess GummDealer, since you're short enough, I'll let you submit Samus with another one, I suppose. But we're gonna call it there because it has been 4 hours, and I don't think my voice can take much more of this. Let me get some outro music going real quick. So thank you all for participating this time. A great variety in submission methods this time. I really enjoyed, like, having an actual video to just watch and give feedback on. I've never done that before. Please do make sure to give Bananas some, likes, comments, help them with the algorithm in that way. That would be the only way I'd feel justified about watching that live. And, what needs to be said about that Smash Historia presentation. That was so much fun. We got some very solid Ganondorf reworks, taking him in a lot of different directions. Had a great top. I was not expected to be sold on Topper. And just the claymation Donkey Kongs. Oh my gosh. It's crazy that we started like that, and it was we just kept that great energy the entire way through. So thank you all very much for watching. For anybody that didn't get through it, don't worry, we'll be doing this next month, and the month after that, and the month after that, so there will always be time to get your submissions in later. I love doing this stuff. I really needed this distraction lately. It hasn't been a great several months for me, so this was a welcome dose of serotonin. Alright, I hope to see you all next month. Farewell.